We now begin with the part 2, that is the multiple choice part. In this part, I will try to do the shortcut methods and calculator methods wherever possible. The first question in the part 2, that is question 6, is graphing exponential growth functions. Here we have to firstly determine whether these are exponential growth or decay. It is very simple. If you have the equation y is equal to a power x, it's generally given as b power x, okay? This is the base of exponential. Now, this b value must be greater than 1, then it's growth. And if it is less than 1, it is decay. That's it. Let us see this example here. If you see over here, this is 7 to the power x. It's more than 1, so it is a growth. If you graph this, it goes something like this. Whereas this is very close to 1, but still it's less than 1, right? It's a decay function. If you graph, it'll come something like this. So that is the growth and decay functions. Now we can easily tell first one is growth, second one is decay. Over here we have another decay. 2 by 3 is 0.66. It's less than 1, right? So that is a decay. And 5 by 4 is 1.25. That's growth. Another decay here, 0.75. And this is also growth. Now we have 0.25. How to graph it? I'm going to teach you a shortcut method. You can see the graph is something like this. Now we are done 2 graphs. This is the decay graph, okay, whenever it's coming, because obviously this is a decay function. Let's take our calculators. In order to get this value, this table of values, all you need to do is mod 7, and then let's type this equation 0.25 to the power x, that is alpha x. Most of you will not get this option. If you have the latest model of the calculator, you might guess g of x. Just ignore it and press equal to. Almost majority of the calculators, if you're using such model, you will directly, after you type this, you'll directly get start option. Now here, you need to start somewhere, it's up to you. You can always try this value. So -3 to 3, that is what I usually tell my students. Start less than, 0 and more than 0. So I'll start with -3. You can memorize these values, end at 3. Because the graphs generally will be in such, such over here, unless it's modified over here. Then what is the step? Let's give the step of 1. And you can see these values. You can compare this table of values. These are the exact same values. Now, if you directly do mod 7 and then plot the points, then just compare these points to one of the option, because you will have 4 graphs, right? You just have to choose the correct graph. You can also just choose a point and do it, but this is the more accurate way. After getting a table, let's say -3, it's out of the graph. Let's go to values which are within the graph. Here, -1. Let me go to -1. What is it? 4. Is it correct? -1 is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it's correct. Let me go to 0. 0 is 1. Yes, it's correct. What about 1? 1 is 0.25. Yes, that's why this is the correct graph. Whereas all the other graphs, even though they might be something like this, they will not exactly match. It might go like this or something like this. They will have different points. Only one unique and correct graph will exist. Domain and range. I don't think so. This might be asked. You might be generally asked 4 different graphs and you have to choose the correct graph. But what is domain? It's all the possible x values. Domain is all real numbers, because you can put any x value and you will get some graph part. Because this extends towards -infinity. It keeps on going. That's why domain is all real numbers. Whereas the range for exponential functions depends. Now this one over here, you can see when you graph, this is an asymptote. This is an asymptote at the y is equal to 0. So all the values, you can see the graph is above, right? All the values above the x-axis is possible. So we tell all positive real numbers. What does this mean? It means y-axis can be 0, 1. It should be more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. That's the thing. Positive numbers only. What about the y-intercept? Y-intercept is this point which it touches the y-axis. If it was x-intercept, touching the x-axis, but it will never touch the x-axis. There is an asymptote at, what is this line? Y equals 0. What is the end behavior? End behavior means what is happening at the ends. You can first say, as x tends to infinity, what is happening? The graph is going towards 0. Okay, so as x tends to infinity, y is equal to 0. And what about left side? As x tends to minus infinity, y is going to positive infinity. This is the thing. Over here they have written f of x, that's fine. See, x is minus infinity, f of x is infinity, that is y. You know, y and f of x is the same thing. Over here, as it goes to positive infinity, y is 0. I hope this is clear. Mainly focus on the graph by mode 7. Now here as well, you will have 4 different graphs. I'll just do mode 7 and then 0.8. And I'll see over here, I can see minus 3 to 3 is more than enough. To the power x here, you have to have a variable x and then start at minus 3, end at 3, and step is 1. And look at the values. Minus 3 is almost equal to minus 1, positive 1.95. Is it correct? 1, 2, 3. Yes, it's just less than 2. It's less than 2, yeah. And when it's minus 2, it's 1.56. Yes. At minus 1, it's 1.25, correct? 0 is 1. At 1, it's 0.8. And you can see all the other values over here correspond to this particular graph. Here, domain is all real numbers. Range is all positive numbers. Intercept is 0, 1. Asymptote is y equals 0. See, as you see the x from minus infinity, what is happening? F of x is infinity. It's going up. Whereas the right side, since asymptote is there, as x tends to infinity, y value or f of x is, the range is 0. Similarly, you can do the other graphs by yourselves. Here, all you need to do is half, that is, I just took it 0.5 to the power x, or you can write 1 by 2x, it's up to you. And then the same start value, minus 3, 3, and 1, and you can compare the graph now. Let me take something, minus 2, which is visible here. Minus 2 is 1, 2, 3, 4. Minus 1 is 1, 2. 0 is 1, and you can see the other values. So this is how we can graph it. They were all decay functions. Let's see the next one. This is also a decay function. Over here, you just have to do, now let me just clear it off. 2 divided by 3. You can write the bracket, or even if you just press next and then power, it will be considered entirely. Or you can just put the brackets to be on the safe side, okay? Here the bracket is, okay, proper. Now start at minus 3, end at 3 and 1. Let's compare the graph. Let me choose minus 2 is just over 2. It's how much? Minus 2 is 2.25, correct. Minus 1 is 1.5, 0 is 1, and you can see 1 is 0.66 and so on. That's absolutely correct. And this is the correct graph and same domain range and everything. And that's the end of this question. We didn't have any growth functions, but if it was a growth function here, it would just go like this. It's just the same. I mean, not like that. It will grow like this and it goes up. So from the table, from the calculated table option, you can easily find which is the correct graph. Moving on to the question 7, we have to write logarithm expressions in exponential form and vice versa. Here we can see log functions. We have been told log base 15, 225 equals 2. Now we need to write these in exponential form. That means e should be there, okay? Or it should be raised to the power. Something, sorry, if it's ln, there'll be e, but this something should be raised to the power. How do we do this? Look at this base. This base of log will move to the other side and become the base of exponent, and this goes and becomes the power. That's very simple. And then when you do this process, the log dissolves. In the sense, this 225 remains here. That is equal to this 15 to the other side and power 2. That's it. Either this or this will be your answer. It can be any way, either this side or this side. Now here, 3 to the other side and this power goes up. So it will be 1 by 27 doesn't move, equals 3, that is positive 3 to the power minus 3. This moves up. Again here, 1 by 25 will be equal to 5 to the power 2. Or you can write it other way around. It will be 32 equals 4 to the power 5 by 2. The answer might also be 4 to the power 5 by 2 is equal to 32. These both will be true in the calculator. They'll always be true. Here it will be 4 to the power 3 is equal to 64, or you can write 64 first is equal to 4 to the power 3. It's 243 equals 3 power 5, or the other way around, 3 power 5 is 243. Now this is it. Here also it'll be either like this or one of the option. It can be written any form. Let's look into the answers. It's very simple. See over here it's written as what I wrote first way, 225 equals 15 square. And same way you can see all the answers are written over here. Now how you can understand which is the correct answer? Look here, imagine the first one, there is 15, right? This base, this is there. 2 is there, 225 is there. If you have any other numbers, then it's wrong. But the problem is this method won't hold good. They might just rearrange the terms. They might write 15 over here, 2 to the power 15 is equal to 225. You might be confused which is correct, but still you can put this in the calculator and check if it's true or false. Now don't think, okay, if I put 5 to the power 2, it's 225. Yes, that's true. But they might give you wrong answers. Might be, you might have 5 to the power 2 equals 25, like this. Now this is also correct, but this is wrong. In this case, this is the only correct option. So it's most important to know in writing how to solve that. Now let's do the other way around. We have exponentials. We need to write logarithmic functions. So here, let's go back now. This power, let's bring it back. And this becomes base, and this will remain. See, now, I'll just write an example. If we had log 128, log base 2, 128 is equal to 7. What do we do here? To change, this goes to the other side, and this moves to the power, and this remains. Oh, sorry, it's 128. So it'll be 128 is equal to 2 to the power 7. Same thing, we have this question here, this answer as the question here. We have to come back. The power comes down, this goes to the other side. 7 is equal to log base 2, 128. That is the answer. So we can see here, it's just moving down. Can you see that? Now they might write, instead of 7 is equal to, they have written this side first and the other side. Let's do both the sides now. This power comes down, it's minus 4. This goes down, this moves to the other side and becomes log base 3 of 181. Or it can be log base 3 of 181, that is equal to minus 4. Anything is correct. What about this? Minus 2 comes down, 7 goes there. It will be minus 2 is equal to log base 7 of 1 by 49, or log base 7 of 1 by 49 is equal to minus 2. That's the correct answer. This one, 3 is equal to log 1 by 7 will be 343. Or this is first and that's second, it's the same thing. I'll try to write the first term as log base 9512 is equal to 2. This is correct, or other way around. And here we have 2 by thirds equals log base 64 times 16. So you should be thorough with both the type, log to exponential and exponential to log. So these are the answers you can see over here. That's how we can easily solve these problems. Question 8 is to solve logarithmic equations. Here we have been given equations like this. Log base 4 2x squared minus 4 equals log base 4 2x. Since it's in the electronic part, I'll just use calculator to solve this. All you need to do is type it out. When there is log base given, it'll be base 4. And here it's 2x squared minus 4, that is equal to log base 4 2x, that is 2 alpha x. Now just press shift and solve, you get the answer. It'll take some time in your calculators, it takes about 12 seconds or something. That's the answer, it's 2. Now there are cases where the answers might be 2 options, but whenever it's positive or negative, what happens? Only one will work, and so this is the correct answer. Whatever we get in the calculator is absolutely the correct answer. It will be a true solution. Now there might be a flaw in this, which I'll show you in the next problems in a second. But before that, I just want to tell you the same thing can be done even with a different base. Say the same equation, 2x squared minus 4, close the bracket, equal to log 2x, close the bracket, shift and solve. Here also you get the same correct answer. So this base doesn't matter, but if you can directly type the given question, it's much easier rather than changing the base. But even if you put a different base, it will still work. Okay, that's the concept. For this also, because there's minus here, so there will be one positive and negative answers, isn't it? The roots will always be positive and negative. Let's type it out. Log base 5, it's x squared minus 6. Then we have equal to log base 5x. And here, shift and solve the answer directly. It'll be one correct answer at least. And it's 3. So here you can see the final answer is 3 here, because the other answer is not true. Here also, why? Because you will have a positive and negative root. Here as well, it'll be the same thing. You can directly do it. Now, I won't even change the base. Look here. I'll just put it as 2x and here minus 8. Minus 8. Shift and solve equal to. You can see you will have one positive root and one negative root. Why? Because it's x squared. This will be other side. It's minus 2x minus 8. So it'll be positive, negative. But what if, let's look into a problem where there are two positive roots, like two true answers. Over here also it will be the correct answer itself. I'll just show you directly. It'll be 6x minus 20 and we have over here 2x squared. You can change the base to log 4, but it doesn't matter. It'll be the same answer. The answer is 5. This is undefined because minus 2 is extraneous. Now here then we have two answers. Yes. So what I'll do is I'll write the options, how the options might come. Let's consider these options. A is equal to x is equal to 1 by 2. B might be x is equal to 1/3. C might be x is equal to 1 by 2 and x 1/3. And yeah, x is equal to 1/3. And you might have a D option saying x is equal to 1/3 and x is equal to 2. I'm just giving some random options. So this is x equals. Now here let's solve this up in the calculator. Let me do it from afresh. Log base 2 and we have 6x squared plus 1, and over here we have equal to log base 2 and 5 to the power x. Shift and solve. The answer is you got 0.5 here. Now 0.5 is basically half, right? Sometimes you might get 0.3. Let me just change the base here. Let me just change it to say 5 over here, and this one also 5. There are sometimes you need to press shift and solve, then equal to. Here it's 5 itself. I don't think so it'll be changed, but there are some instances where if I completely change this to log, shift and solve equal to, no, it's just 0.5. So I know one answer is 0.5. Other can be extraneous or no. How to check it? This must be done for all the problems. The starting problems anyways, we had only, a positive, negative answer. But here, both answers will be positive. If you see the square, 6x squared plus 1 and 5x. So this will only be negative and this is positive. So it might be, answers will be both positive. So how we do this is, once you got 0.5 as the answer, circle all the 0.5 ones. This. These two can be correct. Now imagine, just for argument's sake, this was also 1 by 2. Is that okay? Now even this is correct. This is definitely wrong. Ignore that option. But what about the others? So you need to put this 1 by 3 on both the sides of log and check. I'll start with 2 here because I know this is the answer. So let's see over here. Base 2. 6 into, instead of x square, I put the other extraneous solution. I'll put over here 2 squared plus 1. Okay. And see what's the answer. At x is equal to 2, here left side, and I'll write over here 4.643. And I'll same time at x is equal to 1 by 3. Why? Because both can be the correct answer. So let me just save time, and instead of 2 I will just change this to 1 divided by 3. This I need to remove and then square it up over here. The answer is 0.7369. Over here it's 0.7369. Now what you do is look at the right side. They both are equal. So if I put this x value here, it must be same. So log base 2 phi multiplied by, let's see for 2 first. What is the answer? Is this same as 4.64? We are getting 3.32. 3.321. This is not equal, so this is wrong. This is not the correct answer. It's either this or this. But now let's try the other option as well. Here, instead of 2, what I do? It's 5 times x. That 5 times x will be 1 by 3. And look here, these both answers are same. Here, when you put x of 1/3, it'll be 0.7369 itself. This is equal. So even this is the correct answer. So that is why option C is correct. Not only this, because this is giving you partially correct answer. This is also partially correct. But this is the accurate one, because 1 by 2 and 1 by 3 both are the correct answers. I hope that is clear. You can see here, there is no extraneous solution. Both are correct answers. Similarly, we can solve these. See, there's no much difference here. Okay, there's minus. So there's only one correct answer here. Why? Because you'll have plus and minus. So it'll be directly, you'll get 1.5 or 3 by 2. It's the same thing. Now, what about these problems? Here, they are so easy. Since it's electronic part, just use your calculator, base 430, and that's it. That is the answer. Since they're rounding off to 4 decimal points, choose 2.4534. That will be the correct answer. Sorry, here. 2.4535. It's really 34. Yeah. Now, you can just look into the 4 option. Obviously, there won't be options like 2.4535 or 2.45. If you have one 2.45, there won't be another one like this. Another one will be something like 3 and some 4 or 10, like that. You can easily check which is the correct answer. Even over here, all you do is just change this up to 20 and see that is the correct answer. All these problems directly just like that. Now here, 2 divided by 3, that would be the correct answer. You can see it's negative 0.2925. Here, just change this 2 by 3 to 4 by 3, and you can check the answer. Similarly, please solve the other problems by yourselves and do it. You do not need to do the entire methods. Now this one over here, it's log base 4 to 8. Answer is 3 by 2 or 1.5. So that's it. Even here, guys, it's log base 225. And that's the answer. And over here, you can just change this to 27 and see that's the answer. All these tried by yourselves, you will get the answers. You can see over here, check your answers later on. Now, let's look into this type of problem here. Now, this one is good because there's only one correct answer. All you do, write it out. 56. Oh, sorry, this is same like what we had done at the beginning. But now this is much easier. Why it is only one answer? What is the degree? It's 1. Whenever you have degree 2, there are 2 possible solutions. Extraneous solutions occur. But here it's just 1. You can check it just like the method we did it a while ago. But it's up to you. Now log base 3. N is the alpha x symbol equals log base 3 7. Just press shift and solve and then equal to, what is the answer? It's 8. Can you see the answer? That's the answer. Moving to the next question. Here there is a very important thing. We can't use any base. Now I just can't put log. I have to use the accurate base here. Is that clear? So let me, because see here, it is not just 2 terms. There are 3 terms. This here log base, I'll tell you why in a minute. Let me just solve this up. Log 5 here equals log base 240. Shift and solve equal to, the answer is 2. Now, why did it work in the previous case? In the previous case, we did not have anything with number, not constants. We had x everywhere. But imagine you have like this one 40. Log base 240. This is 5.32, but let me change the base here to 3. Is it the same thing? No, it's not the same. As long as this was x, then it's fine, because when we use the property of log, we can dissolve the bases. But here we have constants. No, you have to take the accurate base. Only then you'll get the correct answer. I hope that is clear. And similarly, please do try the other problems, these problems by yourselves. Here the answer. And here now, again it's similar because there's only x power 1 degree is 1. So you can either take log, because log means log base 10, or let's just use this because we have the option easily available in the calculator. And here we are plus log base 10 x plus 21, that is a plus 21 or x plus 21, equals log, now this is natural logarithm, log base 10 and 100. So here you just press shift and solve and then equal to, it takes time, but the answer is 4. You can see that is the correct answer. I told you there is only 1 degree, but I just realized whenever you have 2 log plus, what happens? These are multiplied. When you multiply this, it becomes power 2. And here, luckily, when it's power 2, we get plus and minus solution. So there's only one unique solution, one correct solution. Whatever is the correct solution will be appearing in your calculator. But remember, because there is here x and x, or a, the rule says whenever you're plus, you multiply these two and then you get this term. Now, you need to check. We have done this already in the previous problem. So go back, and what we did is, looking at the options, you need to check both the sides, and if it balances out, then that will be the correct answer. Even over here, you can solve it up. You will have 2 answers. See over here, there are 2 solutions, plus and minus. So it's easily, you can ignore one. In your calculator, only the correct one will show up. So that's easy to detect. Even here, you have to do the same method, find the answers. Okay, now here you can see both are the correct answers. Why? Because here it's x squared. This can work for both. But usually we used to have 11 multiplied or 5 multiplied by x. But look here, it's minus or plus. Because when you put this minus, it becomes plus, it's positive. And even over here, it doesn't become undefined. Whereas in the previous problems, what happened is, whenever you had one side, say this 1 minus, what happens when you have minus x, minus 4, log of minus 4, or log of any base, negative numbers are undefined. It's not possible because the last value is at 0, right? At 0, it goes to minus infinity. So therefore, if you know the graph, you'll understand there is no values for minus. Therefore, we can omit these values. But here, it's not multiplied. You're subtracting. So when you put the minus, it becomes again plus. Even this plus becomes plus. So you need to do the testing method, which you need to check for both the sides, and then you need to choose the correct answer. Here, let's do this problem. Log base 3 x squared, that is alpha x squared divided by 4. This is equal to log base 325. And now you just press, okay, I have done a mistake with the, see, what did I do? I wrote the log and equal to inside. I should go outside the bracket. Now equals log base 325. Press next, and now shift and solve. The answer is 10. Let's see. No, there is 2 possible answers. Here you can see there is x is 10 or minus 10. I will show you why. Because if you put over here minus 10, it becomes squared, and then it becomes positive 10 itself, isn't it? Because minus 10 the whole square will be 100. Even plus 10 the whole square will be 100. So both are the correct answers. Right side, it's a constant value. It will be equal to that. So that's the reason. You can try these by yourselves. Over here, there's only one single answer. And over here, again, it's the same thing. But there might be 2 possible solutions. You need to check. Here, both are correct. Can you see here? So you need to make sure you solve it. At least one will be available over here. Let's do it. 10, 3x squared minus 5x, that is equal to log base 10, 2. When you press shift and solve, you'll just get one correct answer. That is negative 0.33. That is negative 1/3. But what about x is equal to 2? You need to substitute over here in the left side, log base 10, 3 into, instead of x you should put 2 squared minus 5x, minus 5 times 2, x is 2. The answer is 0.301. Now what happens here? Base 10, 2, it's the same thing, so it is balanced. So this is also the correct answer. This already we got the correct answer. That's how we solve it. Please do these by yourselves. They're all straightforward problems. Check for both, and if both are equal, balanced on both the sides, then both are the solution. One of it will always be available directly in the calculator. Now here then, this is again easy type of problems. All you do is put it in the calculator. Log base 5 of 40. What's the answer? 2.29. You don't need to solve anything because it's electronic part. Direct calculator. Now let's change this to 30. Again, you get the answer 2.11, and you can solve these by yourselves and check the answers. Here are the solutions. You can get answer negative or positive. This is also just like the previous type. You can easily solve all this by yourself in calculator, and that's the end of this question. If you understand how to do it in calculator, then this topic is very, very easy. Moving to the question 9, here we solve exponential equations and also inequalities. The first problems are about equations. We have to just solve them directly and round them to 10,000. Now here 10,000 means 10 and 3 zeros. You can count the zeros. There are four zeros, right? So whatever is the answer, now imagine we get 0 point. You'd write 4 digits after the decimal. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if you had more than that, round it out to only 4 digits. So that is the concept here. And to solve them up, you can easily solve using calculator. So it is 4 to the power 5, and k is the variable. Put it as x and press next, and now press equal to 37 and shift solve and then press equal to. That be the answer. Please leave some time in your calculators. It might take few seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Leave it as it is. Don't press AC or on. Then you have to redo it. So let it give it about 15 seconds. You will get the answer. And that's the answer. Now rounding off to 4 digits, it's 5209. And this is it. They have just asked to solve the equation. You don't need to do the check and everything. Even over here, directly a to the power x equals 50. Shift and solve, and then equal to, here you go, that's the answer. Round it off to the nearest. 10,000, that means 128 becomes 13. The reason why I'm saying is give some time, because I've tried solving most of the problems here in my physical calculator. It takes a long time, but you will get the answer. There's another way. If you want to, if imagine you're just getting an error, clear your calculator, shift 9 3 equal and AC, and then what you need to do is press ln and type the equation at the left side. That is 7 to the power x, and close the bracket. That will be equal to what? Ln 15. Just put ln on both the sides and then press shift and solve, and then equal to. It will be reasonably quicker than the other way around if you just write the equation. But anyways, the answers would be the same. It is 166, round it off, it'll be 7. So that's it. And even over here, you can try them by yourself and then check for the answers here. Let's go to the inequality part over here. So let's solve this up. It is 2.4 to the power x plus 4, that is equal to 30. Shift solve and then equal to, it's negative 0.11499. This last two digits, it's 9, it becomes 0 and 5, it changes 49 to 50. Okay, that's how we get that. And now we have inequalities. Here doesn't matter. See, all your problems in this question, topic 9, is having only one variable x at one side only. Not both the sides are exponential, isn't it? So you just type it out as it is. That is 3x minus 1. That will be equal to 21. Okay. And just press shift. Instead of this inequality, you just press equal to, shift and solve, and then press equal to. It'll take some time, but you will get the answer. It's 0.85. Now the value of x, how do you write it is, x will be greater than or equal to 0.8549. This is the answer. because I rounded off to the nearest 10,000. That's the answer. So this inequality remains. Now all the problems over here, I'll just show you, all the problems can be solved in the calculator and you will get the answer directly. Whatever is the inequality, you just write it as it is. Okay, this one as well over here. But now I'll just tell you, what if there is another way around, which is not there in your questions, but imagine it was 243, the same question. Less than, say it is less than, and 3x is greater than. Okay, now what to do in such cases where to the power x is over here? Now you would type in the calculator, right? 243, sorry, it's 243 equals 3 to the power x, isn't it? Now if you press shift and solve, you will get 5. But remember, x is over here, so where do you write the 5? X is here, greater than 5. This is how we would solve it up. So the x, wherever is there, write it down. If it was over here, we got the same answer, 5. You write x greater than 5. Here also x is greater than 5, but remember, where is the power x? That will go down and the number will be on the other side. Okay, so that is very crucial and important. Now this will be x greater than 5, or you can write it as other way around, x is greater than 5. It's the same answer. I hope that is clear. So that's the answer. And here as well. Now, if at all you had this particular question like this, 16, okay, that'll be the side, and we had 1 by 4. Imagine this was the question. I've just flipped this inequality. Now, this inequality can be written other way around. You can write this first. It's less than, see, it's less than or equal to 1/4, and then you can put in the calculator. This is also fine. Make sure whichever x or the variable is there is written first. But when you write it first, what is the inequality pointing it towards? It's the less than symbol. So this less than is pointing towards the variable, and open side is towards 1/4. So these both are equal, you know. So here I will solve this up. 16 to the power x. You don't have inequality in your calculator. You have to put equal to itself, 1/4, shift solve, and then equal to, you can see here, it's negative 0.5 or negative half. That's the answer. Now here if I put, because I've put, you can see this x is at the left side, shift and solve, x will be below here, or that v value over here, less than or equal to negative 1/2 or 0.5. So whatever the answer you get in the other side. So that's how we solve all these problems. They are all straightforward once you understand the trick. Even over here, it's the same thing. And lastly, we have the same thing over here, 2 to the power x, which is equal to, not less than, press this next, and now equal to 25, shift solve, equals 4.64. Now you need to round it off to the nearest 10, so 4.6439. That's the answer. And that's how you can easily use your calculator and solve the question 9. The question 10 is practical application problems of multiplying and dividing rational expressions. Here we have a real world problem. Anita's yard is being professionally landscaped. The final design will consist of a circular fountain x feet in diameter in the square A. See, this is the square A given in the figure, and the circle will have a diameter x. Okay, that's the thing. And they have told the square is surrounded by a grassy area in square B. See, the outside grass is square B, and a gravel pathway, that's all the stone and mud and everything, in the square C that borders the grassy area. The square areas will be centered on each other, so the center will be the same thing for all the squares. And as shown in the diagram, the square A will have a side length of 2x feet, 2 times x. Anita would like the lengths of the sides to be proportional. Okay, they want to be proportional. For what values of x will the ratio of lengths of the side of a square C to the side B? Okay, let's write this. Square, let me just write C. Okay, square C ratio with B must be equal to the ratios of the lengths of side length with what? Over here, square B and a. So this is given away. They have clearly mentioned what the x, for what values of x will the ratio of the side lengths of the square c to b will be equal to b to a. Explain your reasoning. What diameter could the fountain have? So now here let us write the side lengths. This is 2x. What about the side length? Now this is 5 here. That means even another 5 here, right? And 3 here means this is 3, 3 over there as well. The gravel path. And so it's 2x here plus 5 and 5 is 10. Now total over here would be 18. Sorry, 8, isn't it? 8 it is. So 2x plus 8 and 8 will be 16. So it is, the outermost will be 2x plus 16. Or you can write 2x plus 10 so much plus 6. It will be 2x plus 16. Now you can see they're all proportional. So we can just remove the common factors. Now, since it's all about division, instead of 2x, and over here we have 2x plus 10 and 2x plus 16, we can all remove the common terms and it becomes x, x plus 5, x plus 16. I'll show you once we substitute it. So over here c is basically 2x plus 16 divided by, what is b? It is 2x plus 10. That is equal to 2x plus 10 divided by 2x. Now just divide each term by 2. So what's going to happen is you'll just get x plus 8. Or since it's all at the center, you can just say take this side only. One of the side. Instead of 2x, it'll be x here. Instead of 2x plus 10, it'll be x plus 5 only. And x plus 8 here. So it's x plus 5. That will be equal to x plus 5 divided by x. Now then, how would you solve it? You can just cross multiply and solve it, right? X plus 8 will be multiplied with x, that is equal to x plus 5 multiplied with x plus 5. I'll just write it over here at the left. I'll just change the color here. Multiply x, distributive property. What's going to happen? It's going to be x squared plus 8x, that will be equal to, over here you can just multiply it inside, or you know it's x plus 5 the whole square identity. If you know the identity x squared a squared plus b squared, you can apply that as well, a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. But I'm going to use the normal multiplication of FOIL, which many students will easily follow through. X times x is x squared. Then we have x times 5 is plus 5x plus again 5x, and lastly we have plus 25. So now let's simplify. X squared when it moves to the other side would become minus and it cancels off. So you have 8x equals 10x plus 25, and this 25 will move to the other side and 8 to the inside because 10x is bigger than 8x. So it'll be 10x. Here will be minus 25 and over here will be minus 8x. I've just swapped these up. Minus 25 is equal to 2x, and divide both the sides by 2. I'll get negative 12.5 equals x. Does this make sense? Absolutely no. The diameter cannot be x is equal to minus 12.5. So this is not possible. These ratios are just not possible here. Okay, so it's practically not possible. And that would be the answer. Now, if you try putting this in the calculator, the computations just become too high and it wouldn't give you the correct answer. So this is the issue. Because it's a squared term, right? Over here, what happens is if you just put this in the calculator, here it becomes squared. And computing quadratics when there are rational, it just becomes crazy for the calculator to handle and you will tend to get an error. But if you just put this one over here after solving the x squared term, this, yes, absolutely you'll get the answer. But this is required, okay? This much is important to be solved out because there are, square terms. There is another way to trial and error. You will have many options. You can just put them inside the calculator and solve it and try to solve it. Okay, you can do check, that's also possible. Just put this over here and check it out. But this is just basic understanding and basic solving of the problem. And over here, the answer would be x is minus 12.5, but x cannot be negative value. So there are no values of x that can make this ratios equal. So this ratio is practically not possible. Now let's see over here. If the landscape architect changed the width of the gravel pathway to 4 feet, the gravel is the outer one. Okay, I'll just write it out over here. This is 4 feet. Okay, they've added it. And then the width of a grassy area is 2 feet. So this one, instead of 5, it became 2 now. These values are not in scale. This diagram is not in scale. Is there a value of x that would make the ratios equal? Now again the same thing. There's x and this was 2x. Now will it be equal? Now let's try this. Again, ratio of c divided by b must be equal to b divided by a. So all you do is just substitution. I'll take the change the color, just substitute it. But now let's see here. 2x is same. But what about this length? It's going to be x. Now I'm just going to take from half, okay? Like I told you that time. This is x, side is x, x plus 2. And what about this side? X plus 6. Why? From half of this is x plus 2x over here 2. And again, x plus total length is 6. That's it. So let me substitute. C is x plus 6 divided by x plus 2. That will be equal to x plus 2 by x. See, when you have a reasonably correct answer, generally you can solve this in calculator. You can try the previous inequality. Ratio. You won't get an answer over here. For this, you will not get an answer because there is square and it's just huge values, and this ratio is just not possible, practically not possible. That's why you get an error. You'll never get a practical answer. But now, what about this? Let's check in our calculators. Here the ratios are x plus 6 divided by x plus 2. This will be equal to x plus 2 divided by, so let me write this fraction, plus 2 divided by x. Shift and solve and then equal to, you're getting the answer 2. The answer is supposed to be 2, I guess. Yeah, x is 2. But if you have, say, huge numbers like the previous one, it was over here 8, I believe. Now, if you just change sometimes some values, okay, now we're getting it. But if these values are becoming way off, whereas it was 5 and 5, this is not possible. You can see the ratio is just not practically possible. That's why we are getting an error now. See, this is not the correct answer. That's not. You can just ignore it. So you can also consider that when you're getting a way off answer, the ratio is just not possible in that case. Okay, so you're just getting a wrong answer. Whereas if you're getting a proper answer like x is 1, 2, 3, then okay, that is a possible ratio. So here I'll directly write, since it's the electronic part, x, I'm going to directly write it as 2, which we got. So what is the diameter? It's basically 2. That is the diameter. And that's what we have to solve. If you want the side length of the square A, it's 2 times x. That is 4. And what about this? Again, 4 plus 2 is 6. And lastly, 4 plus 6 is 10. Over here, they just want the diameter of the fountain, which is 2 feet. And the side length of the square A would be 4 feet. That is how we could solve this problem. Here now we need to compare and contrast these two given functions. Let's see what is, this is a rational function. Here x plus 3 cancels off. Okay, they both are equal. But here there's a very important thing. The original function over here initially is a rational expression, right? So whenever you have rational expression, something in the denominator like this, the denominator can be undefined. Where is it undefined? X plus 3 cannot be equal to 0. So x cannot be equal to 3, because if you put 3 here, sorry, minus 3, when I take it to the other side, it should be minus 3. If I put minus 3 here, this is undefined, isn't it? So here, they both are equal. They both are same. They both are equal. But I'll take this as 1. But 1 is undefined. Undefined at x equals negative 3. This is 2. 2 is possible at all real numbers because there's no denominator at all. So that is the thing. And the difference is just that this is undefined at x is equal to minus 3. But if you simplify this, both are same. But even if you simplify, the original expression contained a undefined value, so that will remain. And here, Troy and Beverly are simplifying this particular equation. Who is correct? So now since they're converted to multiplication, what's happening here? X plus y divided by x minus y. This division becomes multiplication. You have to just flip them up. Y minus x by 4, and then you have to solve it up. This there'll be a negative sign, but here let's see what is the wrong. See, this guy is wrong, right? When it's multiplication, they have to flip it up. So Troy is wrong, Bevel is right. Here Troy, when he's solving from division, when he made it to multiplication, he didn't flip these two terms. That's the thing. He didn't take the reciprocal. Find the expression that makes the following statement true for all values of x within the domain. Now, basically, okay, you have to solve this, but the answer is x minus 2. Okay, you can see there's x minus 6, that simplifies. Now, how can you get x minus 2? You have basically some value up over here, down it's x plus 3 after simplifying. The answer must be x minus 2, right? So this term must exist. X minus 2 must exist. But I have to remove this term, so I'll just write x plus 3 here. So this cancels off, your remaining with x plus 2. So here, the question mark is basically x plus 3 times x minus 2. This is the answer. Or you can multiply this and write in quadratic form as well. If you multiply this, here it'll be x squared minus 2x plus 3x minus 6. So if you simplify, x squared plus x minus 6 is the quadratic form. So that's how we write it. And here, identify the expression that does not belong with the other three. Justify a conclusion. Rational expression. See, this is having a square root, so I guess that's the one, because rational expression must be anything more than 1 or 1, or even a constant is fine. This is the wrong one. Why? Because the other three are rational expressions. Since the denominator is not a polynomial here, there are no two polynomials. This is not a rational expression. Determine whether the following statement is sometimes, always, or never true. Justify your argument. A rational function, okay, rational function, two polynomials over here, that has a variable in the denominator, okay, x basically they're talking about, is defined for all real values of x. No. Imagine x minus 3. This is not defined at plus 3, right? But if you have, now it's not defined at minus 3, but if you square it up, what happens? Even minus will be squared. So there are certain cases it will be true. This thing can be defined at certain times, but many times also it cannot be defined. So it is not always true, not never true. It is sometimes true. That is the answer. Say, for example, you have x plus 2 divided by x minus 3. This is undefined at x cannot be equal to basically 3, or undefined at x is equal to 3. Now the same thing, x plus 2, we have x squared minus 3. You can put plus 3. You can literally put any value of x, and what happens? It's defined everywhere. Defined at all x. Why? Because over here you can have negative numbers or positive numbers. The answer is going to be positive itself, and you're adding it. So it's fine. So that is the thing. Yeah, so it's sometimes true. This is sometimes true. Write a rational expression that simplifies to x minus 1 divided by x plus 4. See, now these are supposed to be in the writing part, but still they have asked you in the MCQ part. So here there can be lots of different options or answers, See, one thing, you need to write a rational expression which will basically simplify to this, right? Just multiply a same number up and down. That's it. As simple as you can do is just multiply x and x. Now you can write this as x squared minus x divided by x squared plus 4x. When you simplify this, you're going to get the above answer. Or you can take plus 1. You can multiply the same thing. Or you can just multiply with a number. There are so many different answers. What did they do over here is basically they multiplied and divided by x plus 1. That's it. So that is the answer. These were the equivalent. And the rational expression x squared plus 3x by 4x is simplified over here, x plus 2, x plus 3 by 4. How did they simplify this? Very simple. X is removed common outside, so it will be x plus 3 divided by 4x. X cancels. The answer is x plus 3 by 4. Explain why this new expression is not defined for all values of x. See, yes, you simplified it very good. Now there is no undefined number, but originally this was the expression. So you always take the undefined value at which point? For x cannot be 0, right? X cannot be 0, or undefined at x is equal to 0. This will be there for any of the simplification. Yes, you did simplify, but originally it was undefined at 0, so you must tell it is undefined at 0 itself. So because the original expression was simplified, see, undefined at x is 0 itself. Write three different rational expressions that are equivalent to this particular. Okay, you can write various things, but a cannot be equal to 5. Why? Because if you put 5 here, it's undefined. Now, this is the original expression, right? You can write anything. I'll just write uh, a squared by, see, I'm just going to multiply up and down by a. So it'll be a squared minus 5a. Now, this can be simplified to this original expression. I'm going to now do, say, multiplied by 3. It'll be 3a by 3a minus 15. Same thing. Let me do a complicated one, say a plus 5. Okay, and over here also a plus 5. So it's going to be a squared plus 5a divided by a squared minus 25. All these can be simplified to the given expression here. Now they have different answers. See, all these are, okay, I think so there's some same answers. Yeah, this is correct. This is the same thing I also have taken, but some all the others are different. But still, it's always, over here, one thing I forgot. I took it as plus 5, right? So in this case, I have added the denominator as a plus 5. Even a cannot be equal to minus 5, because then this will be undefined. The third case, third instant. And over here in the first instance, I multiplied a, so a cannot be equal to 0. So whenever you multiply a variable down in the denominator, you must be very careful. It'll change the undefined values, right? So that must be brought into attention. So here you can see there are undefined values, and these are the possible things. When you solve them up, you will get the same answer. So that's how we solve that question 10. I know it is a little bit of reasoning, but it's very interesting. Once you understand the concept of rational expressions, they're all very straightforward problems. The question 11 is about adding and subtracting rational expressions. Here we have expressions. These are rational expressions when there are like fractions and whole numbers. They are either added or subtracted. Now, all the problems in adding and subtracting rational expressions can be solved in calculator when the problems are given like this. Let's take our calculators now. We have two types of problem. One will be single variable, one more will have two variables. The single variable problem, all you need to do is type it out as it is. So 12x plus over here 6 minus 3 divided by 5a squared. That is x squared. This is because only one variable is there. You just type it out and then calculate at any value. I will just go with 2. You can see the answer is 707. Write it out. At x is equal to 2, what's the value we're getting? 707 by 120. Now here you need to have the option. Since this is in the choice electronic part, we can easily solve this. Look into the options here. You can see you will have 4 options, right? This is the correct answer. But what happens is, let's imagine these are the 2 answers. This one is one more option. You type that out. Imagine it'll be 15x squared. I'm just showing a wrong option, okay? 15x squared divided by 48x squared plus something, let's take 9. Now calculate this at x is equal to 2. What is the value you're getting? 20 by 67. Is it matching here? No. So this cannot be correct answer. It's not possible. It should match. So let's look into all the 4 options. You will come to the correct answer, right? What happens then? Let's type it out. Fraction here, 360 divided by, 360a squared plus 5, that's a is in terms of x variable, minus 36, and we have 60a squared. Here calculated at 2, what is the answer? It matches. So this is the correct answer. That's how we can conclude that this is the correct. correct answer because it should match with the given question. Because simplifying means you're not doing anything wrong. It's the same quantity but in a different form. That's it. So if I put a over here as 2, and the answer I get must be same thing over here as well when I put the same value of a. In the sense I put x means a. Let's do for the two variable problem. You can see x and y are there, right? How would you solve this? Again, straightforward. 5 divided by 16. It's just that you need to assume two variables now. I will take x to be say 2 and y is equal to 3. You can take 1.5, 2.5, anything. But it's better to take whole numbers. It's easy to type it out. Now you can see y is what? 3 squared. Then minus 4. Then what do we have again? Minus 8 divided by, what is it? 3x squared. Sorry, don't write this x. X is assumed to be 2, so multiply it with 2 squared. Multiply it with 3. That's it. And see what is the answer you're getting. I'm getting over here negative 67 by 16. You need to be very careful. You need to check how you input the values. Imagine instead of x I put 3, that's the y value, then it's entirely wrong. So you need to be very careful and then check it's negative 67 by 16. Now only one correct answer will give you the same value. Let's check over here. 15 times x is 2 squared minus 192. Again, x is 2 squared and then multiplied with 3 squared, that is y squared, minus 128 times 3 divided by 48 times 2 squared times 3 squared. Now the answer is negative 67 by 16. Yes, then this is correct. Other options will not match with this particular value, so therefore they are wrong. Now what about these? You can try these by yourselves, guys. These are just single variables. You can do it and then check the answers. Let's look into some other problem. Okay, this one. Very important one. Now your answer is 0 here. So what happens here? Don't worry, it's the same thing. Let's assume, I'll assume the same thing. X has 2 and y has 3. Let me write it out over here. X has 2 and y equals 3 for two variable problem. In this case, it was only one variable, so you can just take x as 2 or type it as variable x and then calculate it at 2. It's up to you. Now what happens here is, sorry, don't write x, it's 2 squared plus 3 squared divided by 2 squared minus 3 squared. Then what do we have? Plus y is again 2 divided by, sorry, y is 3. Look here. I was about to do the main mistake. If I'd written 2, it's entirely different answer. You won't be getting the correct answer then. It's 2 plus 3 here. And lastly, we have, it's plus again. I'm doing silly mistakes over here. Please don't do them in the exam. Minus 2 divided by 2 minus 3. So much is done. Press equal to. It's 0. But you might be thinking, okay, it might be only for this, is it? What about other values? You can choose any values. But never take x as 0 or y as 0. Don't take 1, 1. 1 is fine. But now what I'll do is I'll change these values entirely. I'll make it 12. Is that okay? All the x values from 2, I'll make it to 12. See here as well. This down 2 will be 12. All the x values are changed. And what about this one now? The answer is still 0. And let me do this as 30 instead of y, right? I'm just changing this to 30. So it's 12 and 30. There are two huge numbers, isn't it? Now let's see what happens. Everywhere, wherever y is there, it must be properly written. And the equation also, all the values must be written properly. And now you can see it's 0. No matter which values you take over here, your answer will be 0. So this is your answer. Whereas if you get some value, then check with all the other options and then whichever is the correct answer will be matching. Same way over here, you can do this by yourselves. Let me do this one, 44th one. It looks a little big. Now here as well, let's put fractions and then again fraction because there is two fractions, right? 2, instead of a, I'll put x minus 1. And then we add it up with what? Again, 3 divided by x minus 4. And then now over here also there are fractions. 6 divided by a squared minus 5a plus 4. And calculate it at 2, the answer is negative 1 by 6. Now you can change this calculation value. I can take it as say 6 over here. That's fine. But make sure even when you are looking to solve these solutions, you must use the same considered x value. But always I generally take it as 2 as a by heart. So I will never change the value. I always remember it's 2. It's easy. Okay. The value is minus 1 by 6. Is it true? If I put 5 times 2, it's going to be 10 minus 1. Yes, the 10 minus 11 will be minus 1. Yes, minus 1 by 6 is correct. But you can check it out. 5x minus 11 divided by 6 here. Calculated at 2. The answer is minus 1 by 6. Similarly, you can solve all the other problems here. And now we have slope problem, which are very interesting as well. What is the slope formula? Slope formula is given as m equals y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1, isn't it? Now we are going to use the same formula, but here since there is p in the denominators, you can just ignore them. Let me show you how. First of all, this is x1, then this will be y1. If this is then x2, y2. Now what you need to do is substitute it. What is y2 value? This formula must be known. Now let's know the y2 value is 3 by p minus, what is y1? 1 by 2. This is 1 by 2 here. And divided by, what is x2? 1/3 minus x1 is 2 by p. So this is it. Now here what you do is, now after this much, put it in the calculator and assume some value to p. I'll show you now. I will type this entire thing in the calculator. Again, a fraction, 3 instead of p, I'll write it as x minus half 1 by 2, or you can write 0.5. And over here it's 1/3 minus over here 2 by p. That's it. Now calculate at any value, say I'll take it as 2, that's the answer. You can see the answer will be minus 3 by 2 here. You can calculate this at any value, say 35 or some huge value. The answer is going to be minus 1.5 or negative 3 by 2. Is that clear? So this is how we can easily solve for slope. When the 2 points are given, 2 pair of points are given. Even over here, it would be just y2, that is 1 by 5. See, it's, I just changed this. This is 5, sorry, not squared, 5, and above over here is 1. 1/5 minus 4 by q. So here it is 4 divided by q, that is, I will take it as x. And then what we have is down x2, that is 5 by q. 5 divided by x, that is. And lastly, we have minus 1/4 or 0.25. It's up to you. You can write anyway. You'll get the same answer. Now, calculate this because x is taken. I'd say I'll generally go with 2. What is the answer? Negative 4 by 5. You can try the same thing and calculate it at any value. You will get the same answer. So that's how we solve it up. And now we have some real world problems. Here, Hachi needs to buy fencing for a rectangular garden. You can see that's the first figure. Write an expression in the simplest form that represents the number of feet of fencing Hachi needs. Are there any restrictions on the variable? You can see this is given as the length, the base, that's the length, L. And what about this one? That is the width, W. Now here let's write the formula for the perimeter because they want the perimeter, how much value of fencing is required, right? Perimeter is given as 2 times length plus width. So this is very important. You're adding it up. So just, let's substitute what is length. It is 3 plus x by y. And what is the width? Over here, don't put the brackets. It's plus over here. And now after this, we put the brackets to close it. So All we are doing is we are substituting in the formula of perimeter. Now if you multiply this 2 inside, what's going to happen? It will be 2 times 3 plus x divided by y plus 2 times y minus 2. That's it. Now then, here you can just see multiply this 2 also inside, will be 6 plus 2x by y, that will be equal to 2x by y minus 2. So this would be the final answer. It's plus, sorry. You can see here they have also asked what is the restrictions on the variables. Can this y be equal to 0? No, then it's undefined. Y cannot be equal to 0. Also, y cannot be equal to y minus 2. When it goes to the other side, it will be plus 2. These two are not possible. Why? Because if you put 2 here, again, it will be undefined. And one more thing is x and y must be positive. Why? Because then we are dealing with length. It can't be negative, right? You can't have negative values. So that's the thing. So this is the answer, and this is the few of the conditions. You don't need to write all that, just write, mention this, it's more than enough. And this is also a choice problem. So you will have options, you just have to select the correct answer. Now here in the part B, they have told Hachi wants to remove a square corner from a garden. So what is going to happen if this part is removed, right? There'll be some part removed and we have to find the perimeter. See this and this much. Okay, the same thing. It's just that we have to change the sides. But here there's another important thing. This part, right, which is removed exactly, look over here, is half the width of the original side. So this is basically half of this part and this is half of this. So now in simple words, instead of all this, I'll take this as A, this base, and this as B, okay, this width. Now I need to add this A, this B, and what is this side? I know the total was A, right? But half of B is gone because the width over here is half of B minus half of B. Then what about this one? Again, it is B minus half of B, that is gone. But it's not over. We have other two components. What is this? That is, we have half of B, and over here also we have half of B. So we need to add them all up. Instead of all these complicated expressions, let me just take a simple understanding, because it's anyways not writing. So what I'll do is I'll add them all up. A plus B plus A minus half of B plus B minus half of B plus half of B plus half of B. This is half of B. Now what happens when half of B, we can, okay, see here, A plus B as it is. Now here I'll write this A over here plus A again, and over here we have plus B. Is that okay so much? Half of B means minus 1B. Why? Because half and half makes it 1, but it's subtraction, right? We'll have 1B. And this again, half B and half B will be plus 1B. So this basically cancels. 1 minus 1 is 0. So you're having how much? 2A plus 2B. Basically, that's the same as the perimeter, original perimeter. So the perimeter just doesn't change if you take half of, the width. This is the concept, because this was the formula which we used a while ago, isn't it? Now, this is the simplification. So if I substitute here, 2 times, what is A? A is basically 3 plus x by y and plus x by y minus 2. We're going to get the same answer as the previous one. You can see in the previous part, it's the same thing. 2 times A plus B. Now we are getting the same thing even after simplification. So here basically the perimeter is not changing. The expression is same as the perimeter of the original garden. Why? Because perimeter is not the area. The area is reduced. Yes, of course, the area over here and over here is different. But perimeter is the sides, isn't it? If you add up all these sides and this sides, it's just the same. So that's the answer over here. It's the same thing. Now, you do not need to follow all this. You can just follow what I've written over here. It's going to be the same thing. And this is all choices, so you just have to choose the correct answer. Now then, what do we have here? Determine the average of three rational numbers represented by these three rational expressions. Basically, you have to find the average. Okay, they have told the limits. This cannot be, okay, 3 and all is fine. Explain how you find the average. Average, imagine this is A plus B plus C. These are the three numbers. Average will be divided by 3. That's it. So here, what you can do is, see, in calculator, you will have four options, isn't it? Let me show you the calculator method. Instead of all this thing, writing it all and dividing by 3, take out your calculators. All you do is see this. All these numbers, add them and divide by 3, which is shown here, right? The same thing. I will first write this expression 1 by x, okay, plus, then what do we have? 1 by x minus 3. Then what do we have? Plus 1 by 2x, okay, divided by, over here it's 3. Now calculate at, I'll just choose 2. What is the answer? It's negative 1 by 12. So the average of these three numbers should be negative 1 by 12. So now one of the option must give you negative 1 by 12. Let's see over here the final answer. 5x plus 9 divided by 6x times x minus 3. Close the bracket. Calculate it at 2, and the answer is, let me just see whether did I do anything wrong. Yes, I realized my mistake. It is not plus over here, it's minus. A simple plus and minus will give you the answer entirely different. X is 2, you can see it's negative 1 by 12. So this is the correct answer. Only one option can be matching. So obviously, and if they are equal, if they're correct answer, it must give a same value when you choose a, same x value. So take x as 2 or something which is easy to remember. I always take x as 2 and compare, and you will get the same answers. And over here, this is the last problem, I believe. A resistor is an electrical component that reduces the flow of electrical current through a circuit. A resistor is connected in parallel when both of its terminals are connected to both terminals of an adjacent resistor. When three resistors are connected in parallel, the total resistance RT is given over here by this particular formula. Simplify the complex fraction. Explain how you know your result is simplified as much as possible. Now here, simplified means you're getting it in the least form, like this, only in two fractions by solving it up. Over here you can see you can multiply all by the denominators. Over here r2 and 3, over here r1 and 3, and then you can start simplifying. But instead of all this, I'm just going to show you the calculator method. Here first you need to put this given equation, so it's 1 divided by 1. Now here there are three variables. It's not the same. It's not xxx. It is r1, then r2, r3. There are two different values. So what I'll do is I'll take r1 as 2 plus 1 by r2 as 3. Because I don't take 1, it's better to avoid this 1 value. We take all the others, okay? And over here we have 1 by 4. What are the values? It's 12 by 13. You should write it down, and you can just keep it in your mind as well. Now I will do this. 1 is 2 times 3 times 4 divided by 3 times 4 plus 2 times 4 plus 2 times 3. Is it correct? Yes, it is 12 by 3. So this is the correct answer. That's how we can easily match it up. Even over here, Timothy found this formula of total resistance 1 by RT is equal to so much. He said the formula is equivalent to the original formula. Is Timothy correct? If he is correct, then it should match. We know over here when we take, at 1, 2, 3, 4, we are getting this value. So I'll just put this now. 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 4. What is the answer? It is 13 by 12, but we were getting 12 by 13. But since here it's 1 by RT, this swaps. Basically, whatever the answer, if you divide it by 1, this answer, yes, it's 12 by 13, isn't it? That's what we got. So yes, this is absolutely correct. Yeah, Timothy is correct. That's what you can say. Since here in this part of the questions you'll be given options, you'll be given four options, we can use the calculator shortcut method. If not, it is not possible. Since question 11 is an electronic part, you will have four options, so you can use the shortcut methods here. That's the end of question 11. I hope you have found this helpful. If you have any doubts, please do post them in the comments and I'll try to get back to you very soon. The question 12 is graphing reciprocal functions. Here they have asked us to find the excluded values. The excluded values are the values which make the denominator 0. That's it. So what you need to do is see when is x equal to 0. Here there's nothing, so x is equal to 0 when it's 0 itself, right? So this is excluded. We cannot consider this. Why? Because if you have this 5 divided by 0, it's undefined. It becomes infinity, right? It's undefined basically. Now what about this one? X plus 2 when it is equal to 0, that's not allowed, okay? So you can see x is not equal to minus 2 basically. This goes to the other side, that's minus 2. So excluded value here is when x is minus 2. Or you can write should not be equal to minus 2. That's the answers. And similarly over here you can do them by yourselves. This will be positive 3 and over here it is 0. Why? Because it's multiplication, right? To the other side it will become 0. And over here it'll be negative 3 by 2. See, you should just write as it is equal to 0. Take this to the other side, it'll be 2x equals minus 3, x equals negative 3 by 2. Same way over here, it'll be 9 by 7 positive. That's the answers. Those are the values which x cannot be equal to. So they are called excluded value. Now here they're asking us to graph. Now, since this is in the choice part, that is multiple choice questions, right? You will have 4 graphs. You just have to select the correct one. But before that, let me tell you a few things about the asymptotes. You need to look into whatever is being added or subtracted. If you see values added to it like plus 2, then that will dictate the horizontal asymptote. Horizontal asymptote. I'll just write A, S, Y, and P. Then what is the vertical asymptote? That is the excluded value. So whatever is x minus 1 equal to 0, right? X is equal to 1. So this is the vertical asymptote. That means in the graph at 1, there will be a dotted line. The graphs can come very, very close over here, but it can never touch this line. It will come close, but it will not touch. So that's the thing. Intercepts, whichever touches the axes. Let's look into this. See over here. Undefined value is 1, so that is the point where there is vertical asymptote. So see, the vertical asymptote is x is equal to 1. Domain is all possible values except this value. That's it. X cannot be equal to 1 because that's excluded. And then we can see the asymptotes, the intercepts in the graph here. You can see this is the graph. One thing for sure we can tell is this asymptote at 1, vertical. Now here you can see there is nothing added to it. It's plus 0. So horizontal asymptote is at 0. And if there is any other number, it will jump up or down. Now is it touching anywhere in the axis? No, the intercept is minus 1. But how would you know the graph? See, you would easily know the vertical asymptotes, the horizontal asymptotes, right? Let's see over here at 0 and minus 1. Now you can choose any point and check it from this graph. Here the equation is there, right? You can easily find the correct graph using your calculator. Let us write this given equation here. 1 divided by x minus 1. Now you calculate, you will have 4 graphs, isn't it? Let's calculate at 0 and check what is the value. It's minus 1. Maybe 2 graphs will have it minus 1. You can easily eliminate the other wrong options. At 0, x is 0 I considered. The graph is at minus 1. Yes, this is correct. Let's choose other point. Let's take, say, x is 5. It's 1/4. Is it correct? 0.25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's, yeah, very close to 0.25. That's not so accurate, right? So let me take x of 1. It should be undefined. Yes, it's math error. It's undefined. What about 2? 2, you can see it's 1. Is it true? Yes, at 2 it's 1. You can check any value. Only one correct graph matches and that will be your correct answer. So you don't need to do anything. If you want to find the intercepts, you can substitute over here to find x-intercept, substitute y as 0. And then take it to the other side, it will be error, okay? Whereas y-intercept, when you put x as 0, you can get the answer 1. Minus 1, because minus 1 by minus 1. But otherwise, you can just check which is the graph and choose the intercepts as well. You can find the intercepts over here. So there are various ways. You don't need to do the table. Just look into the calculator. Use your calculator and look into the graphs. Now here you can see the vertical asymptote is at 0 because denominator is only x, but horizontal is at +4. See, you can see this graph. It will be having +4. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the horizontal asymptote. Vertical asymptote is 0. Why? Because it's divided by x. Now then, for the remaining values, just type it in the calculator. All you do is minus 1 divided by x plus 4. Calculate it at 0 and check it's undefined. Yes, let's calculate it at, say, 1. It's 3. Is it true? 1, 2, 3. Yes. Let's calculate it at 4. It should be, sorry, the answer is, it's 3.75. Yes, you can put -1, -2, any values, and you will get the correct graph. You can easily match and get it. There is no y-intercepts over here. There is x-intercept over here at 0.25. That's how we can easily figure it out. Here there is no vertical, there is vertical asymptote at -4, but there's no horizontal asymptote. You can see the graph here. There is no, there's horizontal asymptote at 0 because there's nothing added, right? And vertical asymptote at -4. Sorry, there is horizontal and vertical all the time for reciprocal functions, no matter what. But here, if nothing is added, it's at 0. Whereas if there's anything added, it moves. And that's it. That's how we can easily figure this out. Even this one over here, it is at -3. Can you see? -2, -3. Somewhere over here is the horizontal asymptote, vertical asymptote as 0. And you can see the intercepts easily from the calculator. You can get the graph. Now we have a real world problem. A plane is scheduled to leave Dallas for an 800-mile flight to Chicago's O'Hare Airport. However, the departure is delayed for 2 hours. If t is equal to 0 represents the scheduled departure time, write a function that represents the plane's average speed r. The speed is given as r on the vertical axis as the function of travel time t, which is based on the travel from the scheduled departure time to the destination. Graph the function. Okay, basically what we do is we need to know the formula for speed. What is speed given as? Distance by time, isn't it? So here, what is the distance? Distance we already know is 800. What is the time? Your time is delayed by how many hours? 2 hours. When you take it this inside, it will be t minus 2. So we write it as t minus 2. Because over here t is supposed to be at 0, but it's delayed of 2 hours. So, t, which is based on the travel from the scheduled departure time. Okay. This is delay. So when we have to equate it over here, when we get it inside, it will be 0. So this is the equation. Now all we need to do is we need to graph this up. Here plus 0, that means there is no horizontal asymptote. The vertical asymptote is positive 2. Now if you graph it, look over here, you can practically understand. That's this distance 800 t minus 2. So when t minus 2 is there, what is the asymptote at? 2. So we can understand there cannot be anything at this particular point because that's where it starts. And then the graph over here at the right side, after this you can get the proper speed only at the positive axis, right? Because it's speed, distance, it cannot be negative. This is wrong. So after 2 hours, right? So now this is the consideration graph. And yes, it's in the positive axis. So this is the correct part. If you are taken other way around, if you are taken this plus 2, then it'll be at negative time, which doesn't make sense. Okay. So remember, what is the departure? If it was phi, it will be t equals phi. So it will be t minus phi basically. The asymptote will be at phi. That's how you would solve this. And you can just make a smooth curve. You can, get this table from your calculator as well. But since you will be given graphs, just put this equation in your calculator and solve it up. All you need to do is type it out. 800 divided by, that's x is for t minus 2, and calculate. Say at 0, what is the value? You will get minus 400. Yes. And let's take some, at 4, it's 400, is it? Yes. You can easily check the correct graph. Analyze the key features. So what is the domain? Domain is like, first you can tell the vertical asymptote is at 2, there is horizontal asymptote at 0, and what next? There is no intercept, but there is y-intercept at minus 400. Then what else they want? You can tell the end behavior, what is happening, and which is the positive scale, which is the positive graph. It's greater than t equals 2 and less than t equal 2, it's negative part. So all that basic things you can just mention it over here. But since it's the electronic part, you can easily see the graph. And I don't think so this will be asked. Even if this is asked, you can easily get it from the equation. The next problem is again a real world problem about computers. To manufacture a specific model of computer, company pays 5,000 for rent and overhead 435 per computer for parts. Write a function relating to average cost. Okay, average cost will be equal to what? And how many computers n are being made? So over here, basically, the payment, whatever is paid, divided by n, I believe. Let me just check it over here. Yes, 5,000 by n plus 435. So what is the total amount over here? It's 5,000, right? Divided by n is the number of computers plus this one. So it's not like the last problem. There's delay which would have affected the time. But over here, it is addition of 435 and just you have to graph this one. That's it. And over here, what will be the asymptote? The asymptote will be at 435. You can see somewhere over here is the asymptote, and you can see the values over here. You do not need to plot. You can directly figure out which is the correct graph just by choosing some points. Say over here, if you put 10, over here it will be some value of huge value. If it's 20, it will be nearly 700. So that's how you can easily figure out which is the correct graph. And what is the details of the graph over here we have, right? So we can just put that stuff like over here. What is the asymptote? I mean, asymptote is at 0, vertical asymptote is 0, horizontal asymptote is 435. There is an intercept over here at negative 10 or negative 11 or something. There is no y-intercept. So all these you can write. Where is the negative? Negative is less than n0 and more than n is positive, because obviously positive numbers will have positive over here because it's real world problem. So that's few things, few details of the graph. And then they have given us reciprocal functions. We have to graph them. These are pretty straightforward. We have done this just a while ago. This is horizontal asymptote. Over here, x is equal to minus 3 will be vertical asymptote. And then you can easily graph it up. You can see from here only you can analyze which is the correct graph. This will be minus 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes, at minus 3 there's horizontal asymptote. What is the vertical asymptote? Again at minus 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes, minus 3. And then you graph it. Then over here as well, you can easily see the asymptotes. Down 1, this is 5 means to the other side be minus 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's the asymptote. It doesn't touch the touch that line. Minus 6 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over here. Same way you can graph the others, guys, and you can see over here what's happening. The domain, basically, you cannot include the asymptote value. For range, you cannot include the horizontal asymptote value. That's it. All the graphs and details are over here. And that is the end of the question 12. Please use your calculators properly and you can easily solve these problems. Moving to the question 12, it is deriving natural logarithmic functions. It is similar to the previous question where we can use the calculator and solve it up. Let's look at the problems. Let me solve one of it properly. Here you can see there are two functions where you use the product rule. And the product rule is given by a, b. Imagine these are two variable functions and we have a prime b plus a b prime. So now the same thing. X power 3 will be derived initially. X3x squared multiplied by b is e to the power x plus x power 3 remains as it is. What is the derivative of e to the power x? Derivative is the same thing, so we just write it as it is. And then we can, that's the answer. We can rearrange and write, or you can just look into the options and choose the correct one. Even over here, when you're deriving this, e to the power 2x derivative is the same thing, but chain rule multiplied by 2, because then we have to derive 2x. And cos 4x plus, now here e to the power 2x remains as it is. Derivation of cosine is minus sine 4x multiplied by 4. Because derivation of 4x is 4. And then what we do is we look into the correct answer, which is the correct answer here. See here what they have done is they have removed out some common terms. See, x squared and e to the power x is removed. I'll show you what they have done. E to the power x, e to the power x is common. Here x square and here also power 2 can be removed out, okay, till power 2. So now we will have x power 2, e to the power x removed outside. So what's remaining here? Only 3 because this is gone. Plus here 2 is gone but there's still 1x remaining and e to the power x is gone. So it is 3 plus x or x plus 3. That's the answer. Here as well, can you remove anything? Yes, e to the power 2x can be removed and then and 2 can be removed. So 2 e to the power 2x removed outside. So this is gone. You have cos 4x plus gone. Over here 2 is gone. This is not plus, it's minus now. Why? Because sine is derivative of cosine is minus sine, right? So minus remains and 2 remains here, sine 4x. So that's the answer. Now you can see the options. These are the answers. Over here now, they did not take, yeah, they have taken, yeah. No, they did not take anything common out. So I'll just see, they have left it as it is. That's fine. That's the first step what we got. Now I will show you the calculator method. All we do is shift dy by dx and type in the question. Let me do the second one. It is e, that is shift and ln, that's e to the power 2x, and then multiplied it with cosine 4x. Now, another again, remember, do not go ahead with the degree. You have to change it to radian, shift more than 4. Now it is in radian when there's r showing up in your calculator. And what is the x value? You can assume any x value, but take 1.5 or more than that, like 2 or something. Let me just take 2 for now, because I've been taking 1.5 for a long time. You can change this to 2. What is the answer? So derivative, this question, when you derive at x equals 2, what do we get? Minus 231.956. That's enough. And then no need of rounding off and anything because this is not accurate. We're just have to select the correct answer. Now you have to put all the options in. This one over here, 2e to the power 2x multiplied by cosine 4x, close the bracket, plus e to the power, again 2x, multiplied by minus sine 4x multiplied by 4. Then we close it. Okay, now did I close the C? I've not closed the bracket here. Now there's no other bracket to close. That's it. Now we calculate it at 2 because we considered x to be 2 here and see the value matches. Now please be careful. Many times what happens is students will put x value a different value and calculating value a different value. Then you're not going to get the answer. So stick to a single value. Now I just showed over the 1.5 and 2. You can just always assume to be 2. That's fine. What you just do is always take x values to be 2 here also. Always. Just don't change it. Then that's fine. I hope that is clear. Let me do some other values as well. Let me see this one over here. This one looks, I mean, they're all simple. But anyways, let me do the fourth one here. So first we derive the given function, shift dy by dx, x times 4 to the power 3x. And then what is the x value to be considered? I'll just take 2. Let me write it out. It's 38165.57 and it goes on. Now you need to make sure to put all the 4 options. Let me just show you. What I mean is this will be the first option. Imagine 2 to the power x and we have log is over here 2. Close the bracket. Calculated at what? 2. Is it matching with the answer we got for the given question? When we derived the given question at 2, we got something else. It's not the correct answer. You can eliminate it. That's wrong. Let's try the next option now. It is 4 to the power 3x. Open the bracket up. 1 plus 3x. T is taken as x variable. Multiplied with not log, it's ln 4 close the bracket. Now calculate it at, you should calculate it at 2. I mean, I already had put 2, so it's already saved, you know. When I press equal to, it'll automatically calculate at 2. And look at the answer. Yes, absolutely, that's the correct answer. Whereas all the others will be wrong. I hope this is clear. Now, when I saw this question, when it's log, I remembered one very important thing. Last year, a similar problem was there for the exam, and my students last year had told me that they were not getting the correct answer by calculator for this log function. Very important thing to remember. Log is considered as natural logarithm. Whichever input values over here will just be considered as natural logarithm. So now let's just solve this up. Let's derive this t, that is x plus 2 to the power t. Okay, and what is the answer? At 2, this is the answer. Why? Because what do we use to solve this? We generally don't take log, we take ln. Okay, now here this is the answer, right? Make sure when you're putting all the 4 options, 1 plus 2 to the power x, don't type log, press ln. That's it. Now the answer is same, 3.77. Okay, now there's no other cases like that. Let's just look into the other options. There's no log, but anyways, I'll just do the 7th one and the last one as well. Here again it's the same thing. Derivative is shift dy by dx 1 by 3 to the power x squared. So x squared. Now take a x value of 2. The answer is negative 0.054. Let's just keep it in, I'll just gonna keep it in the mind, but if the exams don't do that, write it down. And then over here minus 2x ln, that's natural logarithm of 3 multiplied with 1/3 x squared. And here now calculated at 2 is the same thing, but if I put over your log, it's going to be different. So always take ln. If it's ln, it's fine. Generally it's going to be natural logarithm itself, but sometimes you might see in the textbook the way there are some problems where the solution is given as log, but in a calculator you cannot take natural log, you have to take natural logarithm. Let us do this one over here. It looks okay, there is u and all, but just take it as x, that's it. Now here what you do is shift dy by dx. Now actually they have written as f of u. Your answer will be in terms of u, okay, but here the answer is written as x, but that's an error. If they are mentioned in u instead of x, they have just written u. That's the only thing. 3 e is over here to the power tan u, that is x, close the bracket, and now take x value of 2 and 1.948. Now let's look into all the options. Only one correct answer will be giving you the same value. Okay, it's shift e, this one. Now tan x multiplied, close the bracket, multiply it with secant, that is open the bracket and split it out, 1 by cosine x, and then I'm going to square it up entirely because this is for the secant square. So that's the thing. Calculated at 2, it's 1.948. Now there usually I know this was the answer 1.9 something, but I might forget it, so it's better to write it down, which I've not done. But you guys in your exam, please write the answers down and then solve it up. And similarly, you can try the other problems by yourselves. These are all again simple problems here as well. Just put this over here, check it at 2, and this one derive it at 2, and all these as well. Here these are all simple problems. Now let me just do the last one as well. Deriving, the question must be derived, shift dy by dx, and then natural logarithm square root 8x, and now close the bracket. Now when you're closing the bracket, if you close it up over here, this is wrong. You need to close it up just after the square root. This is a proper closing of brackets, and then x value we take it as 2, the answer is 0.25. But what about the answer? Now just put this up, 1 by 2x, and x value was 2, yes, it'll be 1/4, and that is 0.25. Sorry, it's 0.25 or 1/4. That's how we can check any problem. So all derivative problems can be easily solved using calculator, may it be trigonometry, logarithm, anything. But for trigonometric function, Make sure you keep it in radians mode and then solve the problems. Before we move on to the next question, a humble request to all of you. If you're finding these videos helpful, please do share it with your friends. Let them know about this channel. There are more than 1000 videos related to math. Another humble request to all of you, please do subscribe to my channel. I want to thank all those who have subscribed to it. As you can see, only 22.3% of my viewers are subscribed to the channel. It would mean a lot to me if you could just hit the subscribe button. Question 13 is solving rational inequalities. These differ a lot from the rational equations. It's not just the inequality sign, the method also varies a lot. Now, since this is in the multiple choice part where you can choose the correct answer, there are some tricks which I'll show you in the next problem. But this one, let me solve it. Over here, what you need to do is exactly consider this inequality as an equation itself, 4 by x equal to 5 by 4x. Now here, it's better to get all this denominators to the numerator, right? There are various ways. One of the easy way would be, see, this is having 4x. So if I multiply throughout by 4x, what happens is this denominator cancels, x also cancels. What I mean is 3 minus 4 by x will be multiplied by 4x. That will be equal to 5 by 4x as well, and multiplied by 4x. Both the sides are multiplying 4x, it's balanced. Okay, this cancels out, so it's balanced. Now here we will have 3 times this multiplied by this, and here. So 3 times 4x minus 4 by x times 4x. That will be equal to, over here I just cancel it, it's a single term, it will be 5. Now here x and x cancels, here it will be 12x minus 4 times 4 is 16, that is equal to 5. 12x will be equal to, this goes to the other side, it's going to be positive 16 plus 5. X will be equal to 16 plus 5 is 21 by 12. That is equal to 3 goes in both of this. It will be 4 and this will be 5, 6, 7. 7 by 4, that is 2.75. Sorry, it's 1.75, I believe. Yeah, 1.75 is the answer. So that will be the final answer. Over here, the steps are already there. You can follow these as well. So we found the answer 1.75, but that is not the solution. Since we are dealing with inequalities, right, what we need to do is we have to make and see inequality, this thing, number line. I'll tell you how exactly you can do it. Just draw a number line. The answer what we got, 1.75, is very important. And then you must look into any undefined values here. Undefined values are like the values which will make this, error. When x is 0, right, because there is a term in the denominator, so we must consider 0. Now, if it was x plus 3, then it would have been minus 3 and so on. So here there is only one undefined value, even over here it's 0 itself. So this is an asymptote here, which is undefined. And this one, okay? These two splits the intervals. So what intervals we have got is from minus infinity to 0, from 0 to 1.75, and from 1.75 to infinity. All these can be solution sets. So now we need to input a test value in this. What I mean is, choose a value which is from minus infinity to 0. Choose a smaller number, it's much easier. Minus 1 is within this range, isn't it? From 0 to minus infinity, minus 1. Now what about a number from 0 to 1.75? I'll take 1. Whole numbers are easier. You can, integers like no decimals, are easier. You can even take 0.5, no problem. And take a value from 1.75 to infinity, I'll take it as 2. Simple numbers. Now what happens? I need to test at x equals minus 1. And I should see both the sides. What happens? Is it greater or no? Is this true or false? Then I test at x is equal to 1. And lastly, we also tested at x is equal to 2, and we have to see whether it will be true or false. We need a calculator for this. Let's use our calculators now. Here, there's an easier way. Rather than putting minus 1 here, writing the values, just type this inequality. The equation what is given, 3 by 4 by x. So now just calculate at different values. Let's calculate it at minus 1. It's 7. So let me write the answer 7 here. Now let's go to the next one. Calculate it at 1. And we got -1 as the answer. When you put 1 over here, it's 3 minus 4, it'll be -1. And then let's calculate it at 2 as well. Calculate 2. So we got 1 again. That's +1 this time. So we got all the answers at the left. Let me change the color over here for the next values at the right side. So just write 5 divided by 4x. Now calculate at different values. Let's start with -1. What is the answer? It's -5 by 4. I'll just write all the values and then let's see whether it's true or false. Calculated at 1, it's +5 by 4, and lastly calculated at 2, it'll be 5 by 8. So it's +5 by 4, and then we have got 5 by 8. Now compare. Is 7 greater than -5 by 4? Yes, absolutely. Positive number is greater than negative numbers. But here is -1 greater than 5 by 4? Wrong. So which is the first one? Where was this taken? -1 is from the range -infinity to infinity. This is correct. Whereas the one test value was taken here is wrong. And lastly, is 1 greater than 5 by 8? Yes, that is true, because 1 is 1 over here. 5 is smaller than 8, so it will be 0 point something. Okay, it will be 0.67 something. So this is also true. We have two answers. This and this is true, but this one in the middle is absolutely wrong. So now what we write is the solution set would be from -infinity to 0, and or you can write 1.75 to infinity. They might write it in terms of x. Let me just see how they have written the solution here. See here. They have written, instead of writing -infinity and everything, it's understood it's less than x is less than 0. That means it's from -infinity to 0, isn't it? That's the same thing, but they have written in simple word. And then x is greater than 1.75 because from here to infinity, right? So these are the inequalities that is written. Now, how do we get this answer? This is the final answer. By testing, we get they are true or false. So if the solution, you will have 4 options, right? When you have 4 options, they'll be like 0 to 2 as well. Like there might be answer over here, 0 to 2. If it was this range, they'll write like this. X is greater than 0 but less than 2. If you test this, this is error. Okay, that so you can eliminate the wrong options. So in this particular thing, this is the correct option which we got from the test which we did a while ago, the number line, and then we get it. See this one over here. So this is the thing, and we got first and the last one only. Now the shortcut method coming over here is like this. You will have 4 options, A, B, C, D, right? Now imagine this is the inequality given. Which would be the correct answer? You can test it by using your calculator. All you need to do is type this out. First, let me choose the left side. It will be 5 by 3x minus 3 by 4x. A is written as x over here. Now let me calculate at all the values. What are the values here? Now, don't just take these ranges. Don't take these ranges. You should choose a test value. So 1.5 to infinity. That means if you have like this, at 1.1, sorry, to infinity, there is one range. Then to 0 is also one more range. And from -infinity is one more range, right? So what is the value between these two? I can take a value of 2 here. Instead of A, I'll take 2. What is the value here? See, it's less than 1.1, so I'll take 0 here. But now, there's one more thing. They have 2 options here. See, A is less than 0. So I'll take -1, and A is greater than 1.1. So I have to take 2. Here I have to test both of this. If one is correct, that's not enough. Both must be correct. And lastly, we have from 0 to 1.1. That means I'll take it as 1. So let me test for all these 4 values for this given equation. So now let me just calculate this at 2. And what is the answer I'm getting? I'll write it in terms of decimal because that'll be a better understanding, isn't it? So this one over here, I got 0.46. Then we round it off to nearest 100th. Now the next one will be calculated at 0. I'm getting error. Why? Because there's an asymptote. See, it's undefined, so you can just leave that. This is not the solution, so you can easily eliminate this, okay? Because they have the undefined value within it. So this is wrong for sure. Let's go next one, calculated at -1. Now this one over here gives me negative 0.91, but there are two values. So I'll write over here negative 0.92, and again let me just check for the another one, 2. It's the same one over here which we have, okay, up above value. And lastly, when we calculate it at 1, okay, it's 92. See, it's positive. Now over here we're getting 0.92 positive. Over here there was, and I'll write it below, 0.46. We have to do the testing. So you have the different solution ranges. We are testing it now. Now all these values, see, I'm eliminating the option B because it's undefined. All now whatever we get over here, it must be greater. See, let me put the right side part. It is, now I don't need to put it. Why? Because it's 5 by 6. It's a constant value which is much easier to solve, because it should be just greater than 0.833. So now is this greater than 0.833? No. Is this greater than 0.83? No. Is this greater? No. Is this greater? See, this is how, this is wrong, wrong, wrong. Even one of this was wrong, then it was an error. So one might work, one might be wrong, so then you should tell it's wrong. This is wrong. Only one correct answer, that's option D. Can you see? Because when we did the test values, only one correct answer will give you the true solution. Basically, 0.92 is greater than 0.93. So this is how we can easily eliminate the other options. I know this is a bit lengthy, but this is the best way which I could suggest to directly get the answer. So that's the thing. Now here you can do the same thing. By solving, you'll get 1.1, and then by the number line you can test, and you can see there's false, false. Only one is true, that is this range. Similarly, you can try this. I'll just directly jump to the answer and I'll show you the testing values. Over here, you have to test at various points. So there is -3, there is 0, there is, say, you can take it as 3 over here, and then you can take it as 15. Any convenient values. Now, when you test all of this, you can test it by yourself. Put x as -3 here, then x as 0 at the left side. You get different values. It is true at this range. It is false at this range. It is true at this range and false. So there are two answers. X is less than -2, or x is greater than 2, and less than 14. So that's that. So in the options now, you will have this as the option. You will have, see, now what if you have four options like this? X less than -2. One is x greater than 14. 2 is less than x, but this is the answer. And then lastly, the option D is x less than -2 or 2x. This is the correct answer, right? Now, when you put a test value, this is also true. This is also true. Sorry, this is wrong. Second one will be wrong. But this is true. But then in the option 4, you have both of this included. So which do you choose is the option D. Why? Because over here this is true, but partly because there is one more set of solution. See, this and this is true, but they have not given it together. Over here you can see both are correct. So this is the correct option. That will be option D, where both are included. If only one part is included, and imagine all the others were wrong, then yes, this is absolutely right. But you see there is option with both the inequalities true, then you should go with it. So that's how we would do it. Now, even over here, you can see this. Okay, there is only one set of solutions. So in your options, if you just use this one, this inequality, so you can take a test value, anything between -4 and 3. Now imagine within this range it's 0, right? If you put 0 here, what happens? 1 by -3. It's easy to solve. You can just put in the calculator. You'll get one value here that will be greater than over here. 0 above, it'll be 0 itself. So this will be more than that. So that's how easily you can test it. But all the other values will be wrong. So this only will be the correct answer. So please do the testing and then you can get the answer. So even over here, now there are two answers, doesn't matter, but these are not your answers. You need to do the number line and get the solution range. See over here as well. Now your options, I'll write some options over here. It might have been A, x is less than minus 5. B, x is greater than 4. C, it could have been 4 less than x less than 17 by 3. And lastly, D would be x less than minus 5 or 4 is less than x but less than 17 divided by 3. Now I'll just solve this one up, okay? Let me just remove the options. See, what you need to do is first take out your calculators and put the left side in it. Now we will just type the values out. Now this one, left side, let's write it out. See, there is one thing which you can do. You can rearrange this. See, for example, I can take this x to the other side, and so one side will be a constant and everything. You can rearrange this and also solve it, but I will just take it as it is in the question because this is the easiest method. I just see what is at the left side. X by 5 plus 2/3. Okay. Now I need to calculate, but I need the ranges to calculate. What is the range of x now? Let me just change the color here. So I'll choose anything less than x is less than minus 5. I can take it as minus 6. It will be greater than 4. I'll take it as 5. X is within this range of 4 and 3. It'll be nearly 6. So I'll take 5 over here. This also is 5. And what about the last one? The last one over here is minus 6 and 5. So now let's choose the test value calculated at minus 6. What is the answer we are getting? Negative 0.55. Now such questions generally won't come in your exam. This one is a very tough option I'm giving, but just for you to understand. Now this is the first one, A. Then we will calculate it at say 5. And that is 1.67 over here. So 1.67. All of this must be less, isn't it? Less. And third one is also 1.67 because it's the same one. See, now fourth one, right? There are two, 1 and 2. So second one will be again 1.67. These all must be less than what? Whatever is in the right side. But now before that, I'll just calculate it at minus 6. And the last answer is 0.53. That's the first option itself. Now let me write the right side as well. It's 3 divided by x minus 4. Now here what we have got, minus 0.53 less than. Now let's start testing the value at the right side. It will be calculated minus 6. Okay, it's minus 0.3. So here minus 0.3. That means even this is minus C. The first one is also minus 0.3. Now what about the 5's? Let me take calculate at 5. It's 3. So everywhere else it's 3, 3 and 3. Now let's analyze. Is minus 0.3 greater than minus? Yes, this is true. Is 3 greater than 1? Yes, true. All are true. But here you have two of these conditions. Over here there's 1, 1, 1. But here both are there. So this would be the correct one. But remember in your exam, this option won't be there. Okay, you will have something else. The option will be different. You will have something like this, less than, which you will get an error. Okay, at least one will be an error. You will get something, say minus 3 like this. Okay, so you will have at least, you can see, compare, okay, this is correct. Look at these options. They are literally both the same. In this option, they have included both this. So this is the most appropriate because both of this holds good. Whereas over here, only one. Whereas if this was wrong, any one of this was wrong, then you go to the other ones. But here, you can clearly see both of these are true. So this must be your correct answer, not anything else. And even if you look at your answer, you can see this is the correct answer. So that's how we do it. You have seen in the second question as well, we had 4 options and we solved, only one was correct, everything else will become false. You will have such problems in exam. So please try these by yourselves. You can do the number line or you can just do the test by putting it in the given question. Sometimes there can be 3 trues. Okay, so 3 true, that means you can see 2 is less than x. X can be greater than -2 but less than 1, and X is less than -5. So there are three solution sets here. And now we have a real world problem. For prom, Muna wants to fold 1000 origami cranes like this over here. She's asking volunteers to help and does not want to make anyone fold more than 15 cranes. Right and inequality represent the situation if n is the number of people enlisted to fold the cranes. So what has been told? Total number of cranes. There are 1000 total cranes to be crafted. This is the, in the paper you can just fold it and do this. Now then, one person can never do more than 15. So 15 is the maximum limit. So whatever is being done must be less than or equal to 15. Now imagine you're 100 people. So 1000 to be folded by 100 people should be less than or equal to 15. Is it true? Yes, it will be true 10. But now we don't know how many people, right? So if we are 100 people, we just divide it. But now we know it's n number of people. We just write this inequality. Totally 1000 cranes must be done by some number of people. So if I divide them, then one person, how much they'll do can be found out. But we have a condition, it must be less than or equal to 15. That's it. Now that is the inequality over here. You can see that's the inequality. Now they have asked to solve this inequality. How would you solve this? This is a simple inequality. Just take 1000 divided by 15. That should be less than or equal to n. So just solve this up. It'll be you can put it in the calculator and solve it. So it's 1000 divided by 15. 200. It's 66.67. You can take it as 67 people. If 67 people over here start folding it, then if she gets 67 people, okay, then everyone can fold less than 15, and that wouldn't be too much burden on any one person. Now, there's another problem where Caleb manages the budget for his school's junior prom. His class has spent $1,250 for the prom venue, $625 for the DJ, $1,470 for decorations. They will also serve dinner before the dance, which costs $12 per student. If he wants to keep the cost of the prom tickets less than 20, so it should be less than or equal to 20, how much students do they need to buy? So let's take this as n number of students buying it. So what do we know already? We know 1250 is spent, plus 625 is already spent, 1470 is also spent, and there is one thing. This $12 depends on number of people, right? So if you have 10 number of people, it will be 12 times 10, it will be 120. So this depends on the number of people. So this would be the inequality. But now we need to solve this inequality as well. So let's just solve it up. What you do is take this n to the other side. You can add this all up over here. You can just use a calculator and put in the calculator. You get the answer as well. But now I'll just solve it up step by step. 1250 plus 625 plus 1470. That'll be all the numbers solved up together. It'll be 3,345 plus 12n must be less than or equal to 20n. So take this 12 to the other side because this is smaller. It'll be 3345 less than or equal to 20n minus 12n, which is 8n. Now here we have 3345. So just divide whatever this number divided by 8. It should be 419 people. So they must have at least 419 students who must join the prom. Only then per student the budget can be 20. Because if there are only few joining, so they have spent so much money, so it'll be very, very expensive for less number of people. If 419 students join, then it'll be less than $20. If more than this, if imagine 800 students join, it'll be much lesser as well. It won't be just half, but because there are some capital costs, but it'll be as the number of students increase, this will become lower and lower. Another real world problem, it's about height. Fabiana is 8 inches shorter than her sister Pilar, or 12.5% shorter than Pilar. How tall is Fabiana? So now here Fabiana is 8 inches shorter than her sister Pilar. So if you know imagine pillar sister is x, the height is x. So x minus 8, this would be Fabiana's height. But also they have told 12.5% shorter than pillar. So imagine 100, just for simplicity's sake, if 100 centimeter was pillar, then 12.5% shorter, right, Fabiana? So Fabiana would be 87.5. Why? Because 12.5, 100 minus 12.5 would be 87.5 centimeters. So what we can write over here is, if she is x, whatever the height of pillar, just multiplied by 87.5%. That's it. Because if we multiply Pilar's height by 87.5%, that will be the height of Fabiana. And over here also, x minus 8 is height of Fabiana. Both are heights of Fabiana. So over here also. So this is how we use Pilar's height and equate it and make sure they are equal. So Pilar is a name, by the way. And now what we do is we just solve it up. Over here, you can just put in the calculator and solve it. So let us just type it out. X minus 8, that will be equal to 87.5 percentage. Sorry, percentage is given as shift and this symbol times x. You can even avoid the multiplication, it's fine. Now just press shift and solve. The answer would be 64. So this is Fabiana's sister's height. That is 64. But she is what? 8 inches shorter. So 64 minus 8 will be 56. That is Fabiana's height. So whatever answer you get, 64 subtracted by 8, then you get it. Or you can just take 64 multiplied by 87.5%. That will be 56. Now again we have solving inequalities. We have just done it a while ago. Please do check the answers. You can try putting this in the calculator with equal to, you will get 8, but that is not the solution. You need to do this number line inequality thing and then find the solution sets. So when you have the 4 options, just do the trial and error method and directly get the answer. Now we have rational equations which you have solved before. You can easily use your calculator and solve this once. You can put in the calculator, you'll get the answer. Oh, let me solve this one, because see here, the right side, you can directly get the answer in the calculator. But what about this one? First, let me do the second one. That is 2 minus fraction 3 by x. The variable v is written as x equals 5 divided by x. Shift and solve. The answer is, it'll take some time, you got 4. But what about this one here? 3 divided by x minus 4 divided by 3 times 3x equals 0, isn't it? Now if I press shift and solve here and then equal to, okay, I'm getting some wrong answer, but you can avoid that, which I've told you before. Just take natural logarithm on both these sides. Over here as well, natural logarithm, so the computations become easier and you will get a proper answer. Press shift and solve and then equal to. But here, see, if you wait, it says can't solve. Why is this? Because you have an error. We have done similar problem in the last topic, question number 12 as well. So you can go back over there. Now you can't solve because it's not possible. There is no solution in this case. So another thing is, you can just input all the 4 options and check whether the right side is equal. So now if the answer is, say, x is 5, then what you need to do is 3 divided by, here it is x minus 4 divided by 3x, isn't it? So you need to calculate at all the given x values. If you calculate at 5, what is the answer? 1 by 3? No, it's not 5. It's not 0. That's wrong. So you need to change the other. Go to the other option. It might be 2. Is this 0? No, it's error. So calculate at 0. It might be an answer. You're getting math error. No. Then no solution. So you have to choose no solution, because none of the solution is equal to 0, because you cannot solve this one. So that is how we do it. Now this one as well, you can directly try putting in the calculator. Let me show you here. And we have, we are 3, sorry. It's 3 by x. If you press equal to 12 by x, shift and solve, The answer is 3, but this won't give you the correct answer because you need a solution set. Answer is plus or minus 3. So that's also an issue because you might have two answers when it's quadratic. But still, don't use calculator for inequality. Why? Because you have to do this. That's not the answer. You need to know the solution set. So whatever solution set you get in the options, put it over here and do the testing as we have done 2 times before. So please refer those problems and then you will get the correct answer. Here as well, please do the same method. And over here, you can see the solution sets. This is the same thing. These are the correct answers. Okay. Here as well, it's all the same problems now. Similarly, you can do these by yourself and then check for the answers. And the last problem as well over here, if you put in the calculator, yes, you'll get -2, but then you need to do this number line and then test for all the ranges. Over here, the testing point would be -5. Over here, you can choose it as, say, -3, and over here, you can choose 0. Put everything over here and check whether this is true or false. Whatever range is true, that will be your solution set. And that is the end of question 13. I know it is a little bit of tough topic, but by using the shortcut method, you will save a lot of time and get the correct answer. Moving on to the question 14, it is to classify and analyze samples. That is, read through each of these sentences and then understand what it is. Burton divides his sports t-shirts by team. Then he randomly selects 4 t-shirts from each team and records the size. Now, what did he do here is he has first divided all the t-shirts based on teams. So if he had 4 teams, 1, 2, 3, 4, he first divided them evenly. So there might be, large, medium, XL, and another medium. So in this team, he has just grouped 1, then again he has grouped other 1, 4, and then 4 more, 4 more. And then he selects randomly one of these, 1, 1, 1, 1. So what he has done is he has divided at the beginning. He has stratified the data in the sense dividing into a certain criteria over here by the teams, or if you divide students by ages, then it will become stratified. So this is stratified basically. And you need to also know what is the sample size and everything, right? Let me give you an example before we solve this problem. Imagine you have chocolates with you, okay? You have, say, 12 chocolates. Now you need to choose the chocolates. Now you're randomly choosing 4 chocolates. Imagine these are all mixed chocolates, okay? They might be of different shapes and sizes. Now you're randomly choosing 4. So now you have chosen the 4 randomly selected. Here, always remember, the sample is what you have chosen, the 4 chocolates that have been chosen. Then we have something called population, which is the total possibilities which we could choose from. So all the 12 ones which were there in front of you are the population. And the chosen one which you chose are the sample. I hope you get the difference. So whatever we can choose from is basically the population. That means entire possibilities. And the sample is what we have chosen. And then which type of this is? This is just a simple random selection. There's nothing much we did in that. So here, the sample would be whatever the t-shirts, the 4 t-shirts he has selected, right? That would be the sample. Can you see the t-shirts Burton selected? The population is all the possible t-shirts, all sports t-shirts, that whatever were there. And this is stratified because you divided them into teams and then you selected. Now you can try this by yourself and then we will continue. The project manager at a new business inspects every 10th smartphone produced to check that it is operating correctly. Now here, when you do something after a certain amount of time, in the sense 10th smartphone or 5th student or second object, something like that, every second object. So you're doing in a system. So this is systematic. Now, what is the population here? Population is all the smartphones, whatever is there. And the sample is the 10th smartphone, that is every 10th smartphone that is selected. Sample is every 10th smartphone because that is only being tested, right? Population is all the smartphones which are being produced in that company and systematic way of sampling. Now, the thing is, you will have the four options. You just have to read the sentence and see the options, and you can easily, understand. See, now, if this is 10th, you can easily eliminate the other option. It is systematic. Whereas over here, it has to be stratified. And a grocery store manager asks its customers to submit suggestions for item on the salad bar during the week. Now, first of all, let's see the sample is whoever does the survey. They're doing asking suggestions, like it might be a survey. And all the customers who are going to a store are basically the population. Among that, whoever do the survey, whoever asks them to do it, some may tell, no, I'm busy, I'm not going to do it. So whoever do it will be the sample. And what type of study is this? What type of sample? Is it simple, random, systematic, self-selected, convenience, stratified? Now he is asking the customer who is coming over there. We now there is a bit confusion between self-selected and convenience. Now, how can we differentiate these both? Is it self-selected or convenience? Now, convenience is who are readily available. Now, if the manager asks the customer who are presently there at that particular time, then it is convenience. But now he is just selecting customers throughout the day, right? I mean, it can be any time because customers to submit whoever comes in that day. So it's self-selected. He's self-selecting the customers only, not anyone else. He's not going out and selecting. It will be self-selected rather than convenience. So the answer is customers who submit the suggestion. Population is all customers who are coming to the shop, and it's a self-selected. Now then we have to identify the bias or whether it's unbiased in these particular sentences. A random sample of 8 people is asked to select their favorite food for a survey about Americans' food preference. Now, this, random people, very good, that is not biased, but they are just choosing 8 people to, report about America's food preferences. So the 8 people will, have similar likings or something. Maybe they are completely random as well in different places, but still they wouldn't represent the entire country. You can't just tell from 8 people this is America's food preference. There's no way this would be right because the sample size is so small. So this is biased because the sample size is too small, and it doesn't represent the population. Here, every 10th student at a band camp is asked to name his or her favorite band for a survey about the campus. Okay, every 10 students, it's just random, it's unbiased here. Why? Because you're just choosing random every 10th student, and his or her favorite band. That's fine. You're just choosing, favorite bands of random students. So it'll be varied. So you can tell it's unbiased. They are randomly selected, and the sample is all the band camps. See, now there's one more important thing. They're not just choosing 10 students or 5 students. They're choosing the 10th student of every band camp. Now imagine there are 100. So randomly 10 students, every 10th will be selected. So that is more than enough. That is a good representation of the population. Now here, every 5th person entering a museum is asked to name his or her favorite type of book to read for a survey about reading interests of the people in the city. Now here it looks very unbiased, but they are just asking every 5th person entering a museum. Now, who are the people generally going to museum? They might have a liking, similar common things. So, generally the ones who go to museum will like to read a certain genre of books. So that will be biased because you're not going to say sports club or libraries and museums and stores and asking. You're just going to museum. Whereas, if you go to a comic book store, they might like other type of books. So you can't represent just going to museum the entire population of the city. So therefore, this is biased because they're just going to museum. This is also biased then. Do you think that the workout facility needs a new treadmill and racquetball court? Now here this would be really unbiased, but here look at this last two. Do you think the facility needs a treadmill and a racquetball court? Now whenever you tell, do you agree with me? Do you think like this? And you're telling two of the options, and it's not like or as well. You're not giving them a choice. You're telling this. So it's just you're kind of pressuring them to tell yes. So this is also biased because you should not tell new treadmill or racquetball court. You're issuing like, it's basically the question is about two issues, and you're just like enforcing your answer. You can say, it's kind of like that. So that's why this would be biased. Uh, Unbiased question would be, what do you think the workout facility would need? That would be much better. That will be unbiased. You're just asking their opinions, or you're asking their point of views. So, but this will be biased because you're suggesting them this. What about this one? Which is your favorite type of music? Favorite type of music, pop or country? Now there are so many different type of music, and you're just giving them two options. Again, it's biased, isn't it? This will be biased because you're not giving them their own free choice. You're just restricting them to pop or country. What about if they like rock music or some other music? So this is again biased. Are you a member of any after school club? See, now this is unbiased. Why? Because you're just asking a person, are you a member of any after school club? You're not enforcing any of your opinions. You're not pressurizing them to answer anything. It's just that if they are going to any club, they will tell you, right? This is unbiased. There's no influence for the participants. Don't you agree that employees should pack their lunch? See, whenever you tell don't you agree or this, you're biasing, you're making them, tell yes. This is again biased. You should never ask this, don't you agree? See, the phrase don't you agree means it is biased. And now we have to classify over here each sample as simple, random, systematic, self-selected, convenience. Okay. And then determine, okay, whether they're survey, observational study, or experiment. To determine the music preferences of their customers, the manager of a music store selected 10 customers in the store to participate in an interview. Now, basically, interview would mean similar to a survey. See, look at the options we have: a survey, observational study, and experiment. Let me just differentiate these three, which are very important. Survey is basically like interviews, or asking something, or giving them a real survey, online survey, and asking them to fill it up. Whereas observational study is just observing and no influencing, okay? No influence or contact, nothing like that. It is just you're observing, you're just watching them, you're not doing anything to them. For experiment, there will always be two groups. The first group will be doing something, the second group will be doing something else. There'll be a control group and the experimental group. So we can see what is happening. We can see the difference between these two. So that is the thing. Now here, looking at this particular question, it's an interview. So obviously it's a survey. Very straightforward. But who are being selected? If you read carefully, the manager of a music store selected 10 customers in the store. So the customers in the store are being selected, not any customer coming throughout the day, not like the 10th customer or random customers, whoever are present at that particular time. So it is convenience because they're doing it right then and there at their convenience rather than waiting for the entire day, isn't it? So 10 customers in that store at that particular time, isn't it? So it's convenience and it's a survey. That'd be the answer. It's convenience and survey. And what about this one here? Administrators at a community library want to know the type of materials patrons are most likely to use. Every Friday, they record the type of media each patron uses. Now, here you should first of all, what are they doing? They're just trying to know what the patrons of a particular community are using, which maybe some instruments or something like that. So on Friday they just record the type of media. They're not doing anything, they're not asking them anything, they're not doing an experiment, they're just observing them, right? It's observational study. Now then, how was this study taken? Okay, I was about to tell it's self-selected because only patrons are selected, but no, it's every Friday. See, when are they recording? The patrons are being recorded. Okay, that's the sample, what they want and the population. But when are they being recorded? Every Friday. It's like every fifth or sixth, every particular day. If it was every Monday, that's systematic. So that is the thing. It's like selecting the every fifth person in a group or something like that. It'll be a systematic and observational study. Yeah, that's the answer. And the last question in this topic: to determine whether the school should purchase new computer software, the technology divides a group of 50 students into a group by age. Now, whenever they say 50 students in two groups by age, what happens? It's stratified. When they are dividing or grouping the students in age, or say, for example, based on grades or something like that, it's always stratified. Half of the students of each group are randomly selected to complete an activity using the current computer software. So half are doing the normal way, what they're supposed to do, and other half of the students from each group complete the same activity using a new computer software. It's experiment. They're trying something new. See, there are two groups done. One is the control group, one is the experimental group, and they're observing the whatever the results and record and analyzing it. So it's basically stratified and experiment. And that is the end of this topic. I know it is a little bit of reading and reasoning, but once you understand few rules about what is a bias or what type of studies it is, then it will be pretty straightforward. Question 15 is about comparing experimental and theoretical probabilities. Here we have a situation where a student spun a spinner with four equal sections 100 times. Now imagine a spinner is like this, four equal sections, red, blue, green, and yellow. It's given over here. It's 100 times spun. Okay, and there's a pointer which will denote which is the color, and recorded the results. The results are over here. Find the theoretical probability of spinning blue. Now, in theory, if you have four equal sections, how much probability that you will get blue? It is always probability is given by desired outcome by total possibilities. Total desired by total possibilities. Okay, so here then, what is the desired outcome? 1, right? And total possibilities is 4. 1 by 4 is 0.25. That is the thing, or it's 25%. If you multiply this by 100, you'll get 25%. So that is the theoretical. So in theory, because there are 4 equal sections, you have to get 25% chance of 25% possibility of blue. Now, what's the theoretical probability of getting a head in a coin? It's 50 because there are only two possibilities. 1 by 2, it's 0.5 or 50%. Same way over here, there are 4, so it's 1 by 4. Nearest tenth they have told, so it will be 0.2. In percentage they have mentioned, so it's 25%. That's it. There's no decimal after that. So that will be the answer. You can see here, it is 25%. But now, what is the experimental probability of blue? When they did the experiment, they got 38 out of how many tries? 100. That is 38% basically. That's the answer. By the way, theoretical probability can be written like this as well. Total was 100. In 100 you can get 25, so it's 25%. But it's simple as 1/4 quarter is the answer as well. So in theory we get 25%, but practically when they did it, they got 38%. That is the answer over here. Now the second one, a student flipped a coin 125 times and recorded the results. You can see over here heads and tails. First we have to do the theoretical probability. I'll write TP and then the experimental probability EP. So theoretical probability, it is just 1 by 2 or 50%. Okay. Whereas this is a electronic part, so you can just choose the correct answer. Theoretical probability 50%, experimental probability here. What do they want is landing on heads. Heads is 73 by total times is 125. You just have to put this in the calculator and you'll get the answer. So let's put in 73 divided by 125. The answer is 0.584. That's 58.4% experimental. See, theoretical 50, but over here we get 58.4. That's the answer. Now then we have a six-sided die. Now what is the theoretical probability? Directly you can tell it's 1 by 6, or you'll just get 16.67%. Since it's nearest 10, 16.7. Okay. But what about this? It's 150 times totally in experiment, and they want to know how many times you get 3. So it is 27 over here. You can use the calculator and solve it. It'll be 9 by 50. So that would be the answer. Let's put in the calculator and check. Here we have to put 27 by 150. The answer is 18% basically. So it's very, very close to the real one. Say theoretically you should get 16.7%, and in experiment they're getting 18%. That sounds fair. And now here Tiana sells handmade earrings online. Last month, she sold 60% of her inventory. Design and run a simulation that she can use to estimate the probability of selling the inventory. See, now over here, you're more likely to get the previous questions for your exam, because over here you need to write your own experiment. See, we are not going to do the experiment when you're in the exam, but what they're expecting is, I'll just show you over here. This is the probability of last month. In the next month, you need to get values near to this. So you're just modeling a experiment. So you can take 60%, right? A circle, a spinner, where 60% over here, 60% would mean something like that. Imagine that's out of 360 degrees. Multiply this by 60%, you'll get some answer, right? So many degrees, it'll be about 200 something degrees, okay? So that degrees means she's selling. Over here, other degrees it's not selling. And then you basically spin it and see how many times it'll fall on selling and non-selling. And then you see the experimental probability. Now over here they're telling, see here, they have done this is sample answer. It's not accurate, it's just a sample answer. You don't need to do all this. It's just telling that you've done an experiment and telling the sold outcomes, right, with 32 times, whereas not sold was 82 times out of total 50 times. So here the theoretical probability is supposed to be 60 in the last month, right? But when you did the experiment and did the simulation, you got 0.64, that is 64%. Yes, that is accurate. You can say that it's accurate. Okay, it doesn't make much sense because they're not, they have to give you that, then only you can find the experimental probability. So focus more on the first three questions. Here, I think so you might be given this table and you have to just find the experimental probability. That's it. And here, programming. Lama designed a soccer computer game. He coded the program such that the player will make a goal on 35% of the attempts. 35% chance, yes, it'll attempt. Paula is testing the game and thinks there may be an error in the game's programming. She attempted to make 30 goals and only 4 were successful. Run and evaluate the simulation and decide whether Paula is correct. Now, I still remember my students when I was doing this problem in the class, they were telling, no, this is absolutely right. Maybe there's Paula's skill issue, you need to have skill when you're playing. So that's something they were telling. But over here, we can't take skill and everything as a consideration. We have to just look into the probabilities. So let's see here. Paula made 30 attempts. 30 attempts, that's total 30. How many were successful? 4. Let's find how much is this probability. Here we will have 4 by 30. That gives us 13%, 13.3%. But originally it had to be 35%. It's way too low, isn't it? So we can consider that there is some error over here, because this one over here, actually it is 35%. But when we do when we see this one over here, okay, they are expecting you to do an experiment. If you should just tell you did an experiment like, spinning a spinner or something, and then you got around 41%. So if you do a spinner, say a spinner with 35% goal and remaining 65% not goal, this is not 35, but it's not accurate, not a goal. And then if you do an experiment over here, they got 41% in the experiment. So what you can say is, if you do the experiment, it's coming closer to the original value. So whatever Paula got, it's 13%, way too low than the actual value. So you can say there is some error in the programming. So that's how we solve this question 15. In the exam, don't worry, they are supposed to give you the experimental probability table, and then from the table you can easily find experimental probabilities. Here in this question, we have to find the variance and standard deviation for a given set of data. The problem over here is about a barber who wants to purchase new professional shades from a website. The prices of all the shades are shown in this table. Use the standard deviation formula to find and interpret the standard deviation of the data. Round your answer to the nearest cent. Now here the shades values are given, different stocks. What you can do is, instead of doing the detailed, step-by-step formula and everything, you can use your calculator to directly get these answers. I will show you these values. directly can be found out. Now, this type of problems are statistics problems. You need to use statistical mode, that is mode and 3. Now you need to press 1 here, which will allow you to input any set of datas. So you can put a lot of data, so that is 50, then you have 165, and then it's 55, 79, 84, 68, 38, and lastly we have 42. Put in all your data. You can double check it by going up or down. Once all the data is filled in it, press AC. Please don't go back to mode and don't press anything. You cannot do the problem there. See, now you can see that statistical mode, start mode is on. Now what you need is basically two things. This is the standard deviation and the variance, right? These are the two things which you want. So to go to start mode anymore, you need to press shift and 1. So that you can see start or distribution. Now what you need is basically, if you want to find the sum of all this number, you can press 4 and all that. We don't want that. What we want is basically the variables, that is option number 4. And what do you want over here? How many number will be given an n? But we don't want that. We know it's 8. We need mean. If you want mean, say for example over here, the mean is there, right? That is the option number 2. It is 72.625, which is rounded off to 76. Nearest cent. Cent is 100. It should be 2 digits after decimal, because 100 is having 2 zeros, right? So you're 2 digits after decimal. It's 72.63. Now what if you want the variance? That's step 4. Again, you can just press shift 1, 4, and now here the option number 3 is basically standard deviation. Let's press this option number 3. You get the standard deviation, okay, directly. Now you won't get variance. If you square this number, you get variance. Generally, they're going to ask you the mean or the standard deviation. Use the standard deviation formula, right? That's it. You got the answer directly. But the variance in the step 4 can be found out. See, now you can, whatever answer you got is 38, right? You just squared this answer. Answer square. What is the value? 146.49, right? So that is the variance. But you don't need that. You just have to go to, shift 1, 4, and 3 for standard deviation. And this is the very important value. It's 38.22. Now you can see the other problem. You can do these by yourselves. If you're inputting the value for the first time, you can either go shift 1 and again, type 1. You can type it out, new values, or you can go directly to mode, option number 3 for start, and then 1, and then now type the values. It is 9, 6, 12. You can use any order. It doesn't mean that I should go in any order. I can do 9, 8, 10, 6, 9, anything, as long as all the numbers are input. So it's 8, then 9, 14, 10, 13, and lastly 8. Now all the values are inputted. Press AC, shift 1, and then 4, and then 2 for the mean. It's 9.88. You can see it's 9.9. Now if you want the standard deviation, shift 1. It's shift and 1. Now it's 4, and then press 3. What's the answer? 2.46 here. 2.4. See, now they have told nearest tenth, isn't it? So it will be 2.5. Why? Because 4/6 makes it 2.5. That's the answer. You can try this by yourselves. It's very simple problems. All you need to, over here they have told you to use graphing calculator, but you can use any calculator and get these answers. All you do is mode 3, 1, input the values, then shift and 1, and you can find the anything you want. So let me do one more, the last problem, this one. So I will input the values, mode 3 and 1. Now inputting the values 3350, 2800. Make sure you put the correct values. Don't make an error when you're inputting, so be careful. 2150, 3350, 1800, 5250, 3975, and 58 0 and 2800. So we have inputted all the values. It's 3, 6, yes, 12 values. Now press AC, shift 1, 4, and 2 will give you the mean. Let's look at it. Is it correct? Yes, it's 2960.8. Absolutely. And shift 1, 4, and option number 3 gives you standard deviation, which is 1200.1. That's how we can easily get it. Even over here they have told, but this is for different type of calculator. It's for graphing calculator. Over here we are using basically normal scientific calculator, but still you can do it. So that's how we solve these problems. Now, if you're thinking what exactly is the mean and standard deviation, now imagine I have scores out of 10 of maybe 5 students. One student got 7, 8, 7, 10, and 5. Okay. Now, mean is the average marks. Let me just put this in the calculator and show you. We'll do the same thing, mode 3 and 1. Let me put these 7, 8, 7, 10, and 5. Okay, 5 values are put. Let me press AC. Shift 1, 4, and 2 gives me the average. So all the 5 students, if I take the average, they got 7.4 out of 10. Now, over here, when I press shift 1, 4, and 3, this tells me a very, very important thing. 1.6 is the standard deviation. Sigma, the small letter sigma, is basically standard deviation. 1.62, right? What does this mean? So, each of these marks, right, if you graph them like this in the normal curve, they vary, like majority of the marks are just varying by 1.62 marks. So everyone almost got very, very close marks from the average marks, right? Something 7 point something we got, right? They are varying about 1.62 only. So majority of the data is lying over there. If the standard deviation is less, that means, okay, everyone got overall the similar marks. So you can see 7, 8, 7, they're similar, right? So the standard deviation is less. Now I will take a set of values. Say, for example, here I'll take marks of 1, 5, 4, 10, and 10, and lastly 8 or 9. See, now I've taken the 5 marks, but they're varying a lot, isn't it? Now if I find the standard deviation, let me find the mean first. Shift 1, 4, and 2. Here, what is it? 5.8. That's the average. But now when I do the standard deviation, 4 and 3, you can see the varying is too much. From the average, each student's only 10 is the maximum marks, right? One average and the other person are getting 3.3 marks difference. It's varying a lot because the values were 0, middle 5, and then 10, so they're varying too much. So that's what it means. So whenever the standard deviation is less, the data whatever you got is more reliable. So that is the thing. Okay, it doesn't mean always it should be reliable. Certain times it may not be. Over here, see, the standard deviation is less. You can consider it reliable, or certain situations it may not be. That's fine, depending on the values and everything. So that's how we solve this problem, and that's the understanding of standard deviation and mean. And that's the end of this question. The question 17 is about normal distribution curves. And you might remember the same questions are there in the writing part, question number 4. So if you have watched that video, then this is the same thing again. The first type of problem is just to identify random variable in each distribution. Now we need to classify whether this is discrete or continuous, and we need to explain our reasoning. Now the number of texts received per week. Now whenever a quantity given to you is countable as whole numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, so on, and it's countable, it's discrete. You can count it out. Whereas it will be continuous if it's like 1.5, 1.35, and so on. It's like in decimals. So this is a simple understanding. Say heights of students in a class, or weight of students in a class. It's not discrete, it's continuous. Whereas number of texts received per week, you can count it. You might have received 100 texts. It's countable, it's discrete. So this variable, the variable is what? Basically text received. The number of text received can be represented by a whole number, so the random variable is discrete. Now number of likes for a web page is also discrete, absolutely the same concept. The height of a plant after a specific amount of time. This is not discrete, it's continuous. The height of a plant is the variable, that's what's required, right? The height of the plant may be positive value, be any positive value. So this is very important. It can be anything. So it's a random variable that is continuous. And now we will move on to the relative frequency table. See, here they have given a real world problem. At a fundraising dinner, the underside of 200 plates were randomly tagged with a sticker to indicate the winning a cash prize. The frequency table shows the number of winning plates for each prize. Construct a relative frequency table and graph the probability distribution. Now they have given you all the different prizes, the frequencies. We need to see, they have told 200 frequencies totally, 200 plates that are winning cash prizes. So if there is, they have tagged whether you win $5, $50, $100, or $1,000. Only one plate out of 200 wins $1,000. There are 9 people with 9 plates that is winning $100 and 40 with 50, and the highest number of people are winning $5. These are among the those who get this winning plate. So relative frequency is very simple. You need to first see whether the total frequency is given. If it's not given, just add them all up. 50 plus 40, 150 plus 40 is 190, 199 plus 1, 200. Relative frequency table, relative frequency is given by division of 150 by 200, 40 by 200, 9 by 200, 1 by 200. If they give you the exam, what I would suggest is do this table entirely. So it's price, that is X, frequency, type it out, write it out, sorry, 50, 100, 1000, that is $1,000. Now frequencies are given as 150, 40, 9, 1. You do not need to show this, but I mean in writing, but you can if you want. The relative frequency be 150 by 200, 40 by 200, 9 by 200, and lastly 1 by 200. So whatever the answer you get in the calculator, just put it over here. Write it in decimal, it's fine. So here it will be 3 by 4, it's 0.75. Here it will be 41 by 5, that is 0.2. Now here it will be very less, it's going to be 9. 9 is about 4.0.045, I guess. And this is going to be 0.0, like 1% is 0.01, but 0.005, I guess. Now you guys please use the calculator and get the exact values, but write in decimal, because this is an important table with relative frequency. But now what next? You need to graph it by probability distribution. The x-axis is here, $5, 50, 100, 1000. Now here you cannot go more than 1. See, it's 1 is maximum, 0 is over here. This is like 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. Same way you can write the other values here. Okay, it's not accurate, but you need to do it accurately with even spacings. Now, when it's 0.75, where is it at 5? 0.75 somewhere over here. You need to do a bar graph like that. And 0.2 is for 50, somewhere over here. This is 0.045, and lastly, very, very small. So that would be the answer. That would be the probability distribution. You can see here. Let me just clear it off. This is more accurate. For 5, it was 0.75, whereas for 50, it's 0.2. Yeah, 0.045 was for 100, and 0.005 is for 1000. Here you can see they have told the bars are separated because they are discrete, they are whole numbers, right? Whereas if they're continuous, it would be a normal distribution graph. We will see that later. Another problem, here they have told an athletic director made a probability distribution of the heights of her team's basketball player and distributed a flyer that claimed that the majority of the players on the basketball team are 71 inches or taller. Is that true? Identify any flaws. Now look here, this is the probabilities, right? 71 to 75, You can see there is so much high, isn't it? And even over here 76 and 80. But in fact, if you see the next one, 66 to 61 to 65, 66 to 70, what are that probabilities? It's around more than 0.24. It can be 0.243 or something. What does this mean? 24.3% are 61.6, 61 to 65. 24 points so much are this range. About 26%, if you take it to the other side, 26% are 71 to 75. 26% are 76 to 80. So is this true? Majority, is that true? No, it's just 52% are about more than 70, 71 inches, whereas 48% are not. Now what did they do? They manipulated the data. They manipulated the data of the x-axis. See over here, they just shrunk this, they made these changes and made sure it looks like, okay, the 71 and 75 are much more higher, but in fact they have just manipulated the data along the y-axis and they have just reiterated. But if you write over here, 52% are only above 71%, whereas 48% are less than that. So it's not actually true. The scale of y-axis is misleading, because it shows the difference of probability. This looks more, but in fact they aren't, So that is the thing. And what about the sixth one? Here, the preliminary times for a 100-meter hurdles race are shown. This is shown here. Create a histogram of a set of data, determine whether the data can be approximated with a normal distribution. Now, here you can see this is not discrete because there are decimal points, but normal distribution, let's see whether it can be or no. That's a very bad line. Let's draw a straight line and see what is the minimum value. Minimum value over here, 75, 31, 35, 25. 25 is minimum. So let's start with 14. And what is the maximum value? I got some 84, 93. So let's end it up at 15. So you can split it out evenly however you desire. I would write 14.1, 0.2, 0.3. Okay, that's not proper. But anyways, you get the gist of it, right? So now you see, okay, this would be 14.1 because here, I have done very oddly. Anyways, this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and so 10. Okay, so here you can see there is how many 25? There's 125 somewhere over here. You have one bar. What next? Let me just write 1 point. This over here, x-axis, okay? About how many people? Oh, y-axis. This is the x-axis given. Now, what next? How many are there in the next range? I can see after this it's 35. There is again one more person at 35. Next is 40s. Where is 40s? There is no one. Oh no, there is 2 in 30. 31, 35, and none in 40. So then we will go to 50s. There is none in 50s, but there are few in 60s, right? Here there is 60s and 60s. Then 70s, there is a couple of them. Now see, they are in fact overlapping in the same range. You can write some over here like this. 80s, there are few. Now this is not accurate. I'll just show you the accurate graph and I'll show you here. See this. 1. There were how many ones? Let me just go back here. You can see these were all ones. Then there were few ones and then some 2s and 3s and then I've not done all. Here you can see this is approximately 14.25. Then next range would be 14.25 to 35. And then see over here 14, there is 3, 1, that is 1. From 3, 5 to 4, another range. And then here we can see there is no points until we come to 6. 6 to 6, 3, there is 1 point. Then 6, 5 to 7, 0 is another point. 7 to 7, 4, you can say another point. And then 7, 5, 7, 7 can be plotted together. Whereas all the others over here, there are 3, 1, 2, 3 in the same range. The range approximately of these is 0.05 in the sense 14.70 to 14.75, and then, or you can take it as 7.4, then 14.75 to 14.879 and so on. That's the range. Okay, so this is how we can easily plot this up. There's nothing much. Now this you can see is skewed, this is negatively skewed because it's down, it goes up, and it cannot be approximated with normal distribution. There's no much data over here. So that's the thing, and it's not properly aligned. And normal distribution, now they have told about normal distribution, has a mean of 186.4 and a standard deviation of 48.9. What range of values represent the middle 99.7? You need to know the normal distribution curve. Let's just look at it. This is the normal distribution curve. Here, the middle one is given, this symbol is mu, mu, okay, but it's pronounced as mu. It's a Greek alphabet. Even this one, it's a small letter sigma. You have seen this sigma notation before, right? This is like capital, imagine A, capital A, small letter A is like this. This is the small letter of sigma. So this is sigma mu. Now here the mean is given by mu. This is the center. Whatever is the mean, what is it? Given as 186.4, right? That is this point here. 186.4. And the standard deviation, each of this, see this lines, dotted lines, at the middle it's always 50%, 50%. Now if you add one more line, because there are majority of the values here, 34% is added to it. So 50 plus 34, it's 84% data till here. That each additional line is given by the addition of sigma. That's over here. Sigma is given as 48.9. Now you need to know the middle part. C over here is given is 68%. Then if you add one sigma, it is 68% on both the sides. Let's add and subtract. Now if you add and subtract two sigmas, two mu's, then it is 95%. If you add and subtract by 3 sigmas, it's 99.7. That is what we want. So now here it's very, very simple. You can memorize this value. 99.7 is given as sigma minus 3 pi. So the interval would be sigma minus 3, not pi, sorry, mu minus 3 sigma and mu plus 3 sigma. This is it. Now substitute the values. It's 186.4 minus 3 times 48.9, and here you have again 186.4 plus 3 times 48.9. Just find these values. That will be the answer. That will be the range of data that will represent 99.7. The 99.7 of the percent of the data. So here you can see it's 186. That's the mu minus 3 times 48.9. You get this, and here. So in this particular graph, for these particular values, this point, where is it? Sorry, 3. That's this over here, somewhere over here. Okay. See, it's not entirely 100%, but here it's 39.7 for this particular value, and over here it is 333.1. That's it. And the x value, see now this, any point over here we consider it to be x, because then we will solve the x value later on. X is given as whatever is z value. We require this for z value. We will see that later. Now it is within this range from 39.7 to 333.1, right? So x is less than this value, higher value, but greater than this. So we just write it like that. So that's the answer. Now what about this one? Again, let's see the normal distribution curve. They want to know what percent of data will be greater than 235.3. Where is 235.3? Let's try adding. Generally, it's always when you add once or twice, you will get it. If you add 186.4 plus 48.9, let's see, it'll be 40. Consider this as 50, 30, 30. Yeah, 36. Yes, it'll be 235.3. I didn't do it approximately, but I know it'll be around 235, but obviously it's around that. So this is how much? Sigma plus standard deviation. Just once. Where is sigma plus standard deviation? It's more than, plus means it's the right side of 50%. This is 50% data, right? It's more than that. That's over here. So here it is 34%. This much is 50. So what percent data will be greater than, what percent? It will be 84%. Why? Because you just add 50 and 34. Now here one important thing, I just realized it's greater than 235. So we need to find greater. What is this value? So how we find that is always, see, middle is 50%, right? 50% is known. How much is this point? From left side it is plus 34, that is 84%. Yes. But we need to know what how much is remaining uh, from more than that particular value, isn't it? So 100 minus 84% would mean 16%. So greater than this value would be 16% remaining data. So any value which is more than 235.3 or greater than 235.3 will be within the range of 16% only. So that is the answer. It's 16%. You do so much, 50 plus 34, it's 84, minus from 100, so you get the remaining data. You know, this much is 84, the remaining will be 16. The question number C is, what range of values represents the upper 2.5% of the data? Let's look into the normal distribution curve here. You know, this is 95% data, right? How much is remaining? There is 5% remaining, but 5% on both the sides. So each side will have 2.5%. Whenever they say upper 2.5, it's how much? Sigma plus 2 times, sorry, mu plus 2 times sigma. It's 186.4 plus 2 times 48.9. That would be the answer. Just put it in the calculator, you get the answer. So anything values more than 284.2% is the answer. Sorry, this is the mean value, right? When you add it, the data of 284.2 or more, that is representing the upper 2.5%. Now we have z-value problems. Here, these are very easy and simple problems. All you need to remember is one formula. Z-value is always given as x value. That will be either given or you need to solve it minus mu divided by what is remaining here? Sigma. Just these are the three things to remember. Now, z value can be positive or negative. If it's negative, it's in the left side of this normal distribution curve from its center, left. Positive is right. Now, let's solve this up. Here, since I've written the formula, I'll directly solve. Z value will be equal to 55.4 minus 68.34 divided by 9.8. That's the answer. Here, z value will be equal to 42.8 minus 68.2 divided by 11.6. That's it. You just put these in the calculator and you get the answers. You can see over here, you don't need to do so much substitution. Directly after substitution, after the formula, substitute, answer, only 3 steps. Even over here, the same substitution, directly answer. Now here both are negative values. That means it's in the left side of the normal distribution curve. Let me just show you here. That means minus 2 somewhere over here, you know. So many times sigma. Now 1 sigma 2, it's over here. So that's the thing. If it is 1.32, it is, you know, more than 1 but less than this somewhere over here. That's sigma value. So that's how we get the understanding of where exactly it lies in the normal curve. Even over here, it's the same formula. Now, you have been given z value of x value of 119.2 minus 112.4 divided by 11.9. Just put that in the calculator, you get the answer. This is positive because over here above it's positive, 0.57. Now here we have to use the table to find the area under the normal curve for each interval. See, these problems, you need to have a table. See, this table must be given to you. It's like a book or a page or a sheet, you know. If this is not given, it's not possible to find. I'm not sure how this question will be asked in your exam, because if they give you this, it's practically that's the answer. It's so easy. See over here, z value is greater than 0.58 from this table, which must be given to you. Otherwise, you cannot. The table must be given, you know. You don't memorize these values, they will be given. Now, it's z value is 0. That's at the center. It's 50%. Now, if they ask you anything of z value at the center, 0.5, sorry, it's 0.0. It's always 50% of the data. 0.5 is the answer. But here, they will ask you something else. If it's 0.58, then you have to look in this table, go down 0.5 and 0.58 will be going to the right towards the 8. This and this value will give you 0.58. What is the answer? 0.719. Now you need to find anything that's greater than 0.58, right? So greater than would be here, z value is 0.58, z value is greater than. So you just have to know what is this point. What is that point exactly? From the table you get it as 0.7190. But you want to know greater. So total is 100. 100 means 1, 100% is 1 minus 0.719 gives you the answer. It's 0.281. That's it. If it was less than, then you just stop at this particular point. It's just 0.719. But you want to know the values greater than, right? Z values are greater. What interval? 100% minus this value. Even over here, you need to know this table. It's at the left, so it's C minus 1.5 and 6 is there. So it's minus 1.5006. That will be this value. So now you know this is the value. See, minus 0.156 is less than minus 2 over here. This particular distribution over here is 0.059. So then what do we need? It's just less than. So that is it. That is the answer. Because here, whatever you get is from the left side. From the left side here, it is how much? 0.0594. That's already known. That much percentage. If it was greater, you have to do 1 minus the remaining value. But here it's left side value. That is already given over here as the answer. So another value, there are 2 points. So you need to find the z value for both these points. Basically, you see the table and find it. And if these values are given, that's it. That will be the answer. And then here, see, let's look into the graph. I'll show you. We got these two values, right? One was, okay, now since it's in between, you're dealing with what's in between. You can just write these two answers for z value of minus 2.29, this much to this much. Now, how would you exactly get this answer? That's very simple. Look over here. This is the curve. I know this is 1 point. Imagine this is 1 and this is 2. Just for, example's sake. Now, what is the distance between these two? It will be 2 minus 1. Same way, I know that point over here for the greater point is 0.9971 minus 0.0110. If you do this, you will get the answer 0.9861. That is your answer. So the values, the table under this particular, the area under these two z values is so much. So you can see that will be the answer. Now you can see here the yellow part is representing that from here to here. And the last problem here we have, it's an open response question. A normal distribution has a mean of 347.2 and a standard deviation of 13. It's just like what we had done a while ago. Mean is given as mu, standard deviation by sigma. What percent of data is less than this? Now, how can you find this? The easiest way would be trying in your calculator. I'm sure it's not one time. It's not 1 time 13 minus this. You should try whether it's 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Let's take our calculators here. All you do is write 347.2 minus, I'll try with 2 times 13.9. Is it 319.4? Yes, it's not 1 time because it's just a little less. It'll be about 30 something. So this is the answer. So now we know, if we see the normal distribution, we can understand it. Because it was less than mean, I know it's left side. Sorry, let's go here. Because it's minus, less than the mean, it's minus here. So how much is the value? What percent of data is less than, means left side? What is this? From here to here, this much is 95. See, this, or do from the middle. 50 here. This much is 84. Plus 13.5. It will be 97.5, right? What is remaining here? What data is remaining? It is 2.5 that is remaining. Or else you can also see year to year, it is 5%, 95. So 5% is remaining. So half of 5 and half of 5. Half of 5 is 2.5%. So the first answer will be 2.5% only. That much percent of data is remaining below this particular value. Now, what percent is greater than 361.1? Again, let's take our calculators. Here now I'll start adding because it's more than this, right? I'll start adding. If it's 2, it's way more. No. So I need to subtract by once, add by only 1 times the standard deviation. And here you can see it's 361.1. So that means, sorry for that, it's this point over here, 1. How much is from year to year? Half is 50. And here add this, it's 84%. Now we need greater than. They have clearly mentioned it's greater, not this answer. Greater, not 84. 100 minus 84% will be 16%. So that is your answer. So all the values that is greater than 361.1 is 16%. So there you go. So these would be the answers. That is how we solve the question number 17. Moving on to the question 18, it is the conversion of degree and radian measure, and also to find the arc length. Here we have a real world problem about transportation. A traffic roundabout has a diameter of 200 meters. How far does an automobile travel in the roundabout if it goes 1/4 of the way round? So now, what is the diameter over here of the roundabout? Its total distance is 200. So we need radius. Radius will be half of it, 100 meters. Now, if you remember, the arc length, how long does it travel, is basically the arc length. They're told 1/4, right? Imagine the car started over here. It's going 1/4 only, quarter of it. So that is done. How much is this degrees? So if you recall, 90 degree would be 1/4 of a circle, and degree theta is 90 degrees. But the problem is we cannot take it in degrees. For the arc length formula, L is r theta, we have to take this theta in radians only. So r is easy, 100. But what about the theta? We need to take in radians. So what is the total circle in radian? It's 2 pi or 360 degrees, right? Or we can write pi is equal to 180 degrees. Pi value in degrees is 180. So how much is 90 degree? In radians, unknown value, how much will be 90 degrees? Cross multiply. So this would be very straightforward. It is just 90 divided by 180. It will be half. Or pi by 2 is the answer. Just divide both the sides by 2. You'll get 90, right? So it's pi by 2. Always remember these few things. 90 is pi by 2 radians. 180 is pi radians. 360 is 2 pi radians. Now what about 45 degrees? It is pi by 4. So these are few basic things to remember. And also there is one more thing. What about 270 degrees? That is basically 3 pi by 2 or 3 by 2 pi. And yeah, so that is about it. All this 90 is pi by 2, pi, 1.5 pi or 3 pi by 2, and then we go to 2 pi. So now we just substitute theta in radian. 90 degrees would be pi by 2. So here it'll be 50 pi. That would be the answer. But now they might require in a value. So what you need to do is multiply this as 3.14. But I'll show it in calculator. All you would be doing is writing it directly 100 times pi. That is shift and this symbol here, 10 to the power symbol, and by 2. So the answer is 50 pi. But if you press SD, you will get 157.08. That would be the final answer. You can see here it's 157.08 meters. So the arc length, if the car is traveling a quarter of it or 1/4 of it of the roundabout, it will travel 157.08 meters. Now what about this one? It's about clocks. Now this is interesting. The length of a minute hand. Now you know watch clocks, right? There'll be 2 hands. Now imagine it is 3 o'clock. So this is 3 over here. That'll be the hour hand, and then at 12 will be the bigger hand. This will be 12. And you know at 1, 2, 3, 4, over here will be 6, 9, 10, 11. Now you might have heard this. Sometimes your friends will tell you, look at 3 o'clock. If you're talking to them over here and your eyesight is over here and over here, 3 o'clock would mean to your 90 degrees at the right. You look over here. If it's at your 6 o'clock, that means looking at backside. Or if it's 9 o'clock, look at your left. So sometimes like a code word, look at it 3 o'clock, look at it 4 o'clock. That means over here, look at so much degrees, basically. So now here, now since this problem requires the minutes and the hour hand, let's just plot this, all the clock timings, 7 and 8. It may not be very accurate, but just the gist of it. Now these are all 5 minutes, isn't it? Now here, what is the thing? The minute hand as is how much? 5 inches. That's basically the radius. So this is the radius, not the diameter, isn't it? So radius is given as 5 inches. If the minute hand rotates from 12 noon to 2:40, so 12 would mean the small hand also will be over here. But anyways, from here till 12:40, that means half an hour, 40 minutes. It'll go over here. Can you see that? It has traveled so much from here to here. How far does the point move? What is the degree here? Now what you can do is, 40 minutes is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? From here you can just count it till 8. So 8 out of how much? 12. But the total circle is how many radians? I'm not dealing with degrees. You can do it in degrees, 360. But now I'm dealing with radians. Why? Because we need for arc length r theta. Theta must be in radians. We know r is 5. But the theta degree we need, so that time we can find this length of the arc. See, this whatever is the curved arc, right? The traveling, we can find that. So here, we just multiply by 2 pi. Because 8 12th is done. 8 out of 12 is done out of 2 pi, right? Or you can also do like this. 2 pi divided by 12. Why? Because each part is made into 12 units. So total is 12 pi. So whatever the answer we get over here, it is how much? 1 by 6 pi, isn't it? So each of this segment, 5 minutes, is 1 by 6 pi in radian. This is 1 by 6 pi. So how many are there? Till 8. So multiply this by 8, you will get the answer. It will be 8 by 6 pi. So I can write over here, or you can write the same thing. That is also the same thing. Up to you. So I'll write 8 by 12 because 8 from here to here, it's from 12 to 8 into 2 pi, that's of total circle. Now just put that in the calculator, you will get the arc length. All I do is write it 5 times 8 by 12 multiplied by 2 pi, shift and the symbol, and you need to press SD. It's 20.94. I mean, they have rounded off to the nearest 10th here. They have not mentioned, but anyways, you can write it 20.94 or you can write it over here 20.9. So I hope this is clear. See, now we have taken it as 8 by 12. They have taken 2 by 3 because they've simplified and taken it. It's fine, but as long as you understood the concept, that's the thing. Now, if you have remembered an 8 by 12, now if it changes till 10, imagine it was till 10, then you just change this 10 by 12. That would be your answer. Now the conversion, the very easy part. These are very, very simple. I'll write the conversion. See, we know pi is 180 degree, right? So if I have degrees over here, and sorry, degrees, and I want it in radians. So what do I do? So I need the answer in radians, right? So I need to cancel out degrees. So if I divide something by degrees, does this cancel off? Yes. So radians must be above, isn't it? So radians will remain. So the answer will be radians, right? Whereas if I have the terms in radians now, I need to cancel it out. So down whatever is there, it must be in radians. And now above, if it's degrees, then the final answer, what happens? It will be in degrees. That's it. That's the concept. Now, if I have, say, 90 degrees, I need to convert to radians, right? The answer must be in radians. So what I do is, the conversion factor is just this. It's either pi by 180 because pi is 180, right? Or you should use 180 by pi. Now, which would you multiply? Here, since it's 90 degrees, right? Degrees is down. What is the degrees? Degrees is always 180, right? 180 is down and pi will be up. That's it. Now this cancels off. It will be pi by 2. Now imagine I'm just converting this pi by 2 into degrees now. This is how much? Radians. So radians must be down. If it's degree, degree, It can't be up. It must be down. Opposite. See, radian, down. So I'll write pi down. What goes up is degrees. So if this is in radian, first you write degrees. If it was in degrees, first you write radian. It's just the inverse. See, now this cancels off. 180 divided by 2 is 90 degrees. Yes, this is the answer. So now over here, what we have is 18. So what do you do here? Multiply this by pi by 180 degrees, because degrees must be down. This as well, pi by 180 degrees. So one time it's 10 times, so it's pi by 10. That's it. That's the answer. Over here, 6 1 times, 6 3 times, it'll be 30. Pi by 30 degrees. Pi by 30, not degrees, just pi by degree, and degree cancels. This and this is cancelled, so it's in radians. Now this is in radians. You don't need to write in radian. Whenever we have in pi, it's always understood to be radian. Pi by 10, pi by 30. Similarly, you can solve all these. Doesn't matter if it's a minus sign. All you need to do over here is pi by 180. Here as well, multiplied by pi by 180. But what about these? You have radian over here. Whenever you have radian, you can't multiply pi up. It must go down. So 180 degrees is up. Here as well, 180 degrees is up, divided by pi. So this pi cancels. All you do is multiply this by 180. See, whenever you have radian to degree, it's very simple. Just don't write this pi, just multiply whatever is there to 180, because pi is 180, right? Over here, you can also do this. Just divide this by 180 and write in terms of pi. So that will be the answers. You can just use your calculators. I'll show you in calculator, it's direct. All we do is 4 pi. You can write it as it is, and 180. Sorry, this is 180 by pi. And that's the answer, 720 degrees. I just remembered one thing. Some students use this symbol for minus, and this is also there for minus. I would not encourage you to use this. Yes, you can, but this is for other purpose. This would be the most appropriate one to use minus. So try using this for minus, multiplication, division, addition. Never use this one, because I saw one of my students in school, he was using it. So I just realized somehow the answer was not coming right. Then just use this, it'll be always right. So here for this, it's 720. For this one, all you do is just change this first part and you will get the answer. So these are the answers. You don't need to write all this because it's an electronic part. All you need to do is put in the calculator and solve it up. And what about this? Again, it's very simple. I'll write the conversion factor. You do it by yourselves. All you do is 180 degree, because radian is the radian can't be, it's not possible. If it's radian, degree divided by radian. Even over here, it's 180 degree by radian. And over here, it is pi by 180 degrees, because it's degree first. So they must be not on the same line. It must be up and down. So that'll be the answers. Here you go. And now we have some simple problems again about arc length. We know what is the formula for arc length. L is given by r theta. What is the radius? It's 4 inches multiplied by theta is in radians, so it's very simple. All you do is put in the calculator, you get the answer. It's 8 by 3 pi, or you can press SD in the calculator, you'll get 8.4. Let me show that to you. All you do is see 4 multiplied by 2 by 3 pi. And then when you press equal to, it's 8 by 3 pi. When you press SD, you get it as 8.37, which is written as nearest 10th. Okay, they have clearly mentioned it's nearest 10th. You have to write SD and write this value, 8.4. And what about over here? You need to find the arc length. It's again, same thing, same formula, r theta multiply 3. And this angle, you get the answers. Over here, all the methods are there. You can follow this. Now, again, some real-world problem. Find both the degrees and radian measures for the angle through which the R hand of the clock rotates from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Now, look over here. They have clearly told we are not finding the arc length or anything, just the hour hand. So, R hand, it's from 1, it's not hour hand, R hand, okay? R, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. So, here it is 4, this is 6, and this is somewhere 5. So the 5 a.m. is in the morning, so it's something like this. Now to go to 10 p.m., it's just not going over here. This is 11:10, right? It's just not going here. This would be 10 a.m. now. It has to go once entirely, and then when it comes back, it will be 5 p.m. So from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. It has to do one complete circle, that is 360 degrees, and then it has to go over here. So what is from 5 to 10? It's just 5, isn't it? So here we had 8, 7, 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it has done 1 12 by 12 plus 5 by 12. What is this? Because it has done full rotation, right? It has done 12 by 12. That means 12 by 12, 2 pi, right? It is all thing multiplied by 2 pi. Why? Or you can do it in 360 because we have to do degree and radian, because I did in the last problem in radians. I'll do it as 360 now. What you're doing is whatever is rotated must be multiplied by this total degree of the circle. That is 360. But here, since it's going 2 times, 12 by 12 is done. That is 1 plus one more time. It is just going 5 of this, 5 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By total is 12. So now this will be multiplied by 360 degrees. So the answer, whatever you get it over here, okay? Yeah, it'll be 360 plus, so whatever is the angle. So now there's another way to do it. I'll just write it out over here. From 5 a.m. to 5 p.m., it's 360 degrees. One complete rotation is done. Plus, how much does it go from year to year? How can we find that? Total is 360, right? And how many hours are they? 12 hours. So it'll be 12, 3 times 30 degrees. So here you can see there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours done. So 5 hours into 30 degrees would be plus 150 degrees. Okay. So here it will be 360 degrees plus 150. That will be 400 and, sorry, not 460, 510 degrees, isn't it? It will be 510 degrees when you add it up. That's the answer. Here as well, if you multiply this, 360 plus 5 by 12 multiplied by 360, here 12 one time, 12 30 times, and it'll be 360 plus 150, that is 510 degrees. It's going to be the same answer. You can just put in the calculator and check it. Now once you know this, all you can do is convert 510 degrees multiplied by pi by 180. That's it. Now that would be the answer. So will be 51 by 18. You can just put that in the calculator. The table of 3 goes. So that would be the answer. We'll just put that in the calculator as well. 510 divided by 180 multiplied by pi. Pi will be in the numerator or up. It's 17 by 6 or 8.9, but we'll write it in radians, so it's 17 by 6. Table 3 goes 17 times and 6 times, isn't it? So that is the answer. Now, okay, I forgot to tell you one important thing. See here, usually how do we take the degrees? It goes in this left side, isn't it? So when we take from the left side, okay, this is 90 degrees and all that. But now, how does the clock move? Clock is moving to the right. That is a minus. So whatever answer you get minus. And remember, whenever we have clock problem, we just take negative of it. When we are solving the arc length, we don't take negative because length is just positive. So if they are telling how much length is rotated, you just take the positive value of that. Doesn't matter. You're not taking minus sign because we're finding a distance. It will be always positive. But now they're just telling the degrees. How much degrees is gone? This is the correct answer. You can see here. See, it's 510 degrees and 17 pi by 6. But we take the minus because from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. it goes in the clockwise. It is the opposite side of measuring the degrees. That's the only thing. But as long as you understood these values, that's fine. And since it's choices, remember whenever your clock problem, they are just giving you to find degrees and radian, choose the negative answer. Now here we have a truck with a 16-inch radius wheel, which is driven at 77 feet per second, that is 52.5 miles per hour. Find the measure of the angle through which a point on the outside of the wheel travels each second, rounded to the nearest degree and the nearest radian. This is important. We are just finding arc length again. L is equal to r theta. That's all we need to do. And we know the radius is how much? 16 inches. It's given. Let's just write 16 multiplied by what is theta in radian. Now, first thing, 16 inches, and over here they have given feet. How do we convert feet 2 inches. So 1 feet is 12 inches. They tell 5'10", 5'11". 5'12" is basically 6 inches, right? So here we have 77 feet per second. Now they also mention how much travel it outside per second. So let's leave it as it is, okay? To find this 77 feet in inches, just multiply this by 12. So that is the answer in terms of inches per second. They are asking us to find the angle. So theta is unknown. Whatever the value we get over here is basically the length, that is the measurement in terms of distance, isn't it? So that is the length L value. So over here it's 77 multiplied by 12. You can multiply and get the whole number, or I just written it like that. That's up to you. And now just solve it in the calculator. You can either type this out as it is. I'll show you this way. 77 multiplied by 12 equals, that is alpha and equal to 16 multiplied by x, that is the theta value. You get the answer here, 57.75. Or what you can do is, you can just, if you don't want to put that x and everything, 77 by 12 divided by 16. Any one divided, it's fine because it'll be divided by both of them. That'll be 57.75. Now, what is that 57.75? They have told nearest degree and radian. This is in terms of radians, guys. This is in terms of radian. Okay, radians. Now here you might be thinking there is no pi. You don't need to write in terms of pi, but whatever is this answer is in radians itself. So this is one done. Nearest radian. Okay, nearest radian, you can round it off to 58. Let's leave it like that because we'll first find the degrees. And now what is the degrees? It's just conversion, 57.75. This is not degrees, sorry, it's a radian. I'm so sorry I put a degree over there, I don't know why. Now multiplied by, to convert to degree, you have to multiply by 180 by pi. So just put this in calculator now. Now whatever is this answer, 57.75 multiplied by 180 divided by pi, that is shift and the symbol here, and press equal to, it is 3009. Let's look into the answer. It's 3009 degrees to the nearest degree. So that is how, and over here to the nearest radian, it will be 58 radians. But when we convert it, don't take the 58, let's take the actual value and convert it, and that's the answer. So this is how we easily solve it up. Now whatever the 77 was there, instead of feet, we need to convert to inches, and then use the formula. Length is, over here they have written S, it's up to you. Length is r theta, we have the length, the total length, that is 924, that's 77 multiplied by 12. And radius is 16. Theta is not known. Whatever the answer you get, remember that is in radians. So we convert it to degrees. We got both the forms here. Now about planets, Earth makes one full rotation on its axis every 24 hours. Yeah, that's a day for us. How long does it take Earth to rotate? 150 degrees. So now whenever Earth rotates completely one circle, 360 degrees in its axis, it's one day. But now they're not talking about one whole day, about 150 degrees only. So look at this. So how many hours, right? So it'll take 360 degrees is how much hours? 24 hours. So for 150 degrees, how many x? Just do cross multiplication rather than any other things. So you just take the x to the other side. It'll be 24 multiplied by 150 divided by 360. Or you can also understand one more thing. Now we know 150 degrees out of 360 is there, multiplied by 24 hours. This is also the same, but I mean this is much better cross multiplication, okay? You will get the answer here. So it is 15, 5 times, 12 times, 12, 1 time, 2 times, it'll be 10. So 10 hours would be 150 degrees. For the Earth, 10 hours, you will get 150 degrees. The same thing with Neptune. Neptune makes a full rotation on its axis for every 16 hours. So full day, that's 360 degrees in 16 hours. What about 150 degrees? X. Cross multiply. It'll be again now here x is equal to 16 times 150 degrees by 360 degrees. Just the same thing. It is over here 5 times and over here we have 12 times 12, 3 times, and over here we have 4 times. It will be 20 by 3. You can just put that in the calculator, no need of doing it. So it will be 20 by 3, that is 6, nearly 7, somewhere 634. Okay, 6.666 hours. You can just put that in the calculator, you get 6.6666. That's 6 2/3. So here it'll take 10 hours, Earth will take 10 hours to rotate 150 degrees, and Neptune on the other hand takes only 6 hours, nearly 7 hours. So that's how we would solve it. And the last problem of this topic, if a surveyor's wheel with a diameter of 19 inches, diameter is given, so what is radius? 19 by 2, that is 9.5 inches, okay? Completes 5/6 of a rotation. What is the total distance traveled in inches? Okay, completes 5/6 of the rotation, the radians, basically 5/6 of 2 pi is done. Okay, because 5/6 of rotation, now imagine this is the thing, it's not fully done. If it was full, it would be 1 time. 5/6, nearly it's done, but not. So total is 2 pi, in that 5/6 is done. Now imagine I tell 90% of the total rotation. So I'll write 90% of 2 pi, right? So that is the thing. Same way, I have 5/6 of 2 pi multiplied by what is the radius? It's 5 by 9.5, because L is given as r theta. So what is the total distance traveled? Just multiply this much, you get it. And nearest 100 they have told. So we put in the calculator, it's 9.5 multiplied by 5 by 6 multiplied by 2 times pi. The answer is 49.74 inches, because it's in inches. Now remember here, this is important, 5 by 6 into 2 pi, not just 5 by 6, you have to multiply with the total circle. So total circle is given by 2 pi. And since we are using theta, remember here we cannot use degrees, we have to use radians. I hope this is clear. We had plenty of problems, and that is the end of this particular topic. We are in the penultimate problem, that's question number 19. It's finding trigonometric ratios. Here we have been given a triangle, and they have told us to find the 6 trigonometric ratios. Let's write what are known. This is 90 degree or the right angle. That means the opposite to it is hypotenuse. Hypotenuse. And then what do we have? Theta is known, so opposite to it is opposite side itself. And then the next side to it, other than the hypotenuse, is called the adjacent side. So adjacent side. All three done. Now here, we don't know the adjacent side. We know only opposite and hypotenuse. Since trigonometric ratios are given as sine, cosine, and tan, we can remember this acronym, SOHCAHTOA. SOHCAHTOA. So SOHCAHTOA. It's sine theta equals opposite by hypotenuse. Whereas cosine over here, theta is equal to adjacent and hypotenuse. Adjacent divided by hypotenuse. And lastly, tan theta is equal to, this is opposite by adjacent. So these are the three formulas. Now, once we know these formulas, we can easily substitute. Over here, see, we have opposite side by hypotenuse is 13. But what about the adjacent side? That's missing, right? We can find it. Now here, this is a right angle. If you remember the Pythagorean triplet, I can directly write this as 12, because 13, 5, 12, 13 is Pythagorean triplet. But if not, how would you solve this? Is hypotenuse. See, hypotenuse, the whole squared, will be equal to the sum of the other two sides. That is adjacent squared plus opposite squared. This is the formula of Pythagoras, right? Hypotenuse is the square. Hypotenuse squared is equal to sum of the square of other two sides. Now hypotenuse is 13 squared equals adjacent is x, that is unknown, because this was supposed to be unknown, right? Adjacent squared plus 5 squared. Now you can put this in the calculator directly. Now here it will be 169 and 25, so it will be 169 minus 25, it's 144. And we know the square root of 144 is 12. But still, we will just use the calculator directly because it's electronic part. You don't need to write anything. X squared plus 5 squared shift and solve, and then equal to it's 12. So once we have found all the all the sides, we can find the trigonometric ratios. Here it is 12 by 13. Then last we have 5 by 12. So these are the trigonometric ratios of sine, cosine, tan. And then there are 6 they are mentioned. Which are these? The reciprocal identities. I write the formulas here. The reciprocal identities are secant, I'll write down over here, secant theta, SEC that is, and cosecant, CSC theta, and cotangent theta. Now these are all given by very simple formulas. 1 by secant is 1 by cosine, cos theta. Whereas this is 1 by sine theta, and lastly we have 1 by tan theta. So now here, remember, if secant is up over here, it's, S is, if S is there, that's secant, you can't have sine. It should be other than that, cosine. If it is cosecant, it'll be sine. So remember, don't get confused, it's sine and secant. No, it is secant and cosine. They're inverse of each other. So I don't need to write the formula or anything. So now let me start with secant. Secant theta will be just the inverse of this, cosine's inverse, because it's 1 divided by, right? So 13 comes up divided by 12. Now what about cosecant? That is given as 13 by 5. And lastly, cotangent is 12 by 5. The formulas are just the inverse of this. Adjacent goes up, opposite comes down, and so on over here. So that's how we find it out. Now in your exam, you'll have all these 6 trigonometric ratios as your options, isn't it? Just try to check sine, cosine, tan, and check which is the correct option. Might be only one option will have these correct formulas, so that's your option, You do not need to even find the other ones. But if there are 2 options with all these correct values, then yes, you need to see which is the inverse of these, then you can easily select the correct one. So here you can see these are the correct answers. Similarly, you can do the other problems by yourselves. Now I'll just write this is hypotenuse and this is theta, so this will be opposite and the other side will be adjacent. Please do these problems in, you can do it in any way, but you need to solve at least, sine, cosine, and tan, and then you can find the other trigonometric ratios. You solve it and then check the answers. Similarly, this one as well. Let's write what do we know here. This is hypotenuse, and then this is opposite, and adjacent is missing. And then you just put in the trigonometric ratios, and then you get the answers. And here as well. Now, here also they have given the hypotenuse is missing, whereas we have the opposite 45 and adjacent is 24. So we need to find the hypotenuse by the Pythagoras theorem, and then we find this trigonometric ratios. Here as well, there is no difference in this. Let's look into some different type of problem. Here as well, it's the same one. Okay, this one now. They have given us tan A equals 8 by 15. So we know there is a triangle because trigonometry is it's a right angle triangle. Okay, this is 90 degree and this is hypotenuse. And now I can consider any side to be A. I can consider this as A or this. If I choose this, then theta is over here. Then this is B and C. And now which will be opposite? So opposite side is this one, but what is tan theta formula? It's opposite by adjacent. So I know the opposite side is 8 and adjacent is 15. And hypotenuse is unknown. If I had written over here theta as A, then this would be opposite adjacent. The answers won't change. It will be the same thing. Okay. So now let's find the other side. How do we find the other side? It will be hypotenuse, the whole squared will be equal to 15 squared plus 8 squared. This is what we are solving for. So we can just put in the calculator and get the answer. Here we can directly take the square root on both the sides. So I'll write square root 15 squared plus 8 squared. The answer is 17. Why? Because I need hypotenuse only, not the square. So imagine this is x, it's x squared, right? Take square root on both the sides. That will be 50 square root of 15 square plus 8 square. And here we have this as 17. Now then we can write sine theta is opposite by hypotenuse. That means opposite is given over here. I'll write it as opposite and this is adjacent. So opposite is 8 by 17, and then cosine theta is adjacent by hypotenuse, and that is given as 15 by 17. And we know tan theta already. Now we can consider this to be theta, it's fine, okay? Or you can write it as ABC. Tan theta is equal to opposite by adjacent, that is 8 by 15. So that's the answers. And then the the secant, cosecant, and cotangent are just inverse of these. So you can see here they have found the value of the hypotenuse, that's 17, and then the trigonometric ratios here, 8 by 17, 8 by 50. Now this is tan, and this is, where is cosine? Over here, cosine. Now what is the inverse of sine? It is cosecant. So you can see it's just flipping this, 17 by 8. And what about secant? Flip this, cosine, it'll be 17 by 15. Lastly, tan and inverses, cotangent, that is 15 by 8. Similarly, you can solve for the others. Now, in this case, what happens is if you consider this A as theta, you know the opposite is unknown, sorry. Adjacent is known and hypotenuse is known. So this is 90 degree, 10 and 3. Then you solve for A, and then you find the trigonometric ratios. Now here as well. Now what happens if you don't have a denominator? In this case, just take this as divided by 1. So in the diagram, now B is the theta, opposite is 3 and adjacent is 1, then hypotenuse needs to be found out. Over here, just put in the calculator and find it out. Remember, when we take square root, it's plus or minus, right? But we take only the positive value because it's a number, it's a value we need to consider. So similarly, we can solve the others. Okay, they're all same. Even over here, these are the answers. Please solve them by yourselves and then look for the answers. There's nothing difficult in this. And over here, I'll just draw a figure over here quickly. You can just draw a right angle, triangle. Then you choose. I'll choose this as A now. If that is theta or A. Opposite is 15. That is opposite side. Hypotenuse is 17. And this adjacent will be missing. So you just put in the calculator, you'll get the adjacent. And then you can find the trigonometric ratios. So here it's 8, and then you just write the values for the trigonometric ratios. And that's the end of question 19. It's a simple one. Just remember the trigonometric ratios formula. You can remember SOHCAHTOA to remember it. And then also we must use Pythagoras theorem to get one of the missing sides. Now we are in the final question of the electronic part. It is about graphing trigonometric functions. Here we have to find the amplitude and period. Now before we go into that, let's just look into a sine graph. It starts like this and goes on. Okay, my graph is not that good, but even over here, okay, they're all symmetrical. I mean, they're like if they repeat after a certain time. So if you see at 0, it is at 0, then at 90 degrees, it's at 1, and then again at 180 degrees, or pi. This is given as pi in radians. And over here, it's 2 pi radians or 360 degrees. So you can see it's a unique curve, but then it starts repeating itself. Why? Because over here, again, it will be, say, 3 pi. This part, 2 pi to 3 pi is same like 0 to pi. And then over here going down also, it's same like pi to 2 pi for 3 pi and 4 pi. It repeats. So the uniqueness is only from 0 to 2 pi. Then it repeats, right? So here, that is the period. 0 to 2 pi is the period. And when it starts repeating itself, you stop. So if at all the graph was, say, it is going like this till over here, say from 0 to 4 pi, then 4 pi would be the period. It depends on the given function. But in general, all the sine and cosine, when they are not written anything like this, 3 pi or something, it's just like that, sine and cosine, then their periods are always 2 pi or 360 degrees. That is the period. But still, I'll write the formula for period. Period P is given as 2 pi by B. What is that B? If you have a trigonometric function like this, A sine B theta, there is a number, say for example, you have 3 sine 2 theta. Then this is the B value. You have to divide this by, 2, because the B value is 2, and then solve it up. That would be the period. But for this particular function, it is nothing. It's 1. The periods are 2 pi or 360 degrees. The amplitude is all the numbers that is multiplied. So usually a sine graph will only go to maximum of 1, right? But if you have anything multiplied to it, it'll change until that point, and even down it goes. That's a very bad graph, but still, okay, it'll go something like that. So it'll reach 2 here. So that is the amplitude. So over here, amplitude and periods are very simple, 2 and 360 degrees or 2 pi. So that's it. Amplitude is 2 over here, 360. You don't need to write anything because it's in the electronic part. Now what about this one? The period is changed because you have b theta. So you have to write 2 pi by half. B value is half. If you put this in the calculator, you get 4 pi directly. So that is the answer. Whereas amplitude is 1. Here amplitude is 3/4 and period is 2 pi. Or you can write it as 360 degrees. Here 4 pi means 720 degrees. Okay, your options can be in anything, degree or radian. So this is the answers. Now what about this one? It's half and 180 because you have to divide 360 by 2. And over here it's 3 and again 180 degrees. Here they have told us to graph this particular function. Now since this is in the electronic part, you will have 4 graphs and easily can choose the correct graph. So I'll directly jump to that, but before that, what is the amplitude? It's 3. Amplitude is 3. It's the magnitude of that. You just take the positive value. And sine theta, there's no b value. So period is 2 pi or 360 degrees. Now these two are very important in the graph. Why? Because let's look at the graphs. Here, this is the answer, right? What happens is sine always starts at 0. No matter what, it will be at 0. And the maximum value it will touch is the amplitude. What is that? It's 3. And down also it is 3. And the period is 360. So it must take a full complete rotation like this, up and down, and come back at 360. So this is the thing. So that is 360 degrees, period, amplitude, and sine starts from 0 and goes. If it is cosine, this was just cosine, then it would have started from here and it would go something like that. So this is how easily you can detect the graph. With just this much, you can't tell which is the correct graph. But still, I'll tell you more information. You can verify your answer in your calculator. What you do is you just type sine 3 sine theta, that is x. Now, you can keep it in radian mode. Radian is shift mode 4. Then you need to type it in pi terms. But if it's in degrees you want to type, then you should go shift mode and make it to degree, or clear your calculator. It will be in default degree mode. Now then, let me try 0. What is the x value? 0. Sorry, what? Okay, I just typed 0. Yeah, this is wrong. I need to calculate this given function at 0. What is the value? This is the x value. Degrees are in x values, right? X-axis, sorry. It's at 0 itself. Y. So yes, that's correct. How about I'll change this to 90 degrees. Is it at 3 at 90 degree? So it's in between 0 and 1, it is 90. Yes, this is 3. How about 180 degree? Let me calculate at 180 degree. So it is 0. How about we'll calculate in between 0 and 90? That's 45. That is 2.12. Yes, that's about correct. In the middle, it's 2.12. So this is how easily you can eliminate all the other options and just stick to one correct answer. So we're looking at the next problem here now. I know the options are given. You can easily see which is the correct answer. But let's see how you can easily find the answers in your exam. You'll have 4 different graphs. The amplitude here is 1. So is this having 1 of amplitude? No, because it's at 3. This is having 1. This is also having 1. This is having little more than 1. It's 1.5. So you can eliminate this and this. So second and third graph. Now we will check the period. You can see this is 3. So it will be 360 degrees divided by 3. That must be 120 degrees. Let's check. Okay, over here there is an error. This is wrong. This must be 120 degrees. That must be the period. Whereas over here you can see it's cramped up. Why? Because it's divided by 4. So 360 degrees divided by 4. That will be 4. 1 times 4. 9 times it will be 90 degrees, right? So here you can see at 90 degrees. That's over here. It's done. One rotation. Again, one more, one more, one more. So that is the reason for the period being cramped up. Over here, it had to be this one at 120 degrees. So that's an error. But anyways, looking at these two, you can easily guess the correct answer. But if you want more thing, you should remember cosine starts at 0. Yes, it starts at 1, not at 0. Sine starts at 0, cosine starts at 1, and yes, this is a cosine graph. And then you can take calculator and pinpoint any point, and you can easily get the answer. So this is how we can figure out the correct answer. That is over here, option B. Same way you can do the details. See, the period is 120 degrees, not 360, and the amplitude is 1. And you do not need to find the intercepts and everything because you will be given the graphs. So just select the correct graph. Same thing with sine 4 theta. It's just that the period is a very small one at 90 degrees. You can see here it's repeating every 90 degrees. And over here the amplitude is 3 by 2, period is 360 degrees. And here you go, this is the graph. Similarly, you can solve these by yourselves. All you need to know is how the graph looks. If it's cosine, it starts over here up. Amplitude is 4, so that's why it's starting at 4 and going on. And the period is 360 by 2, that's 180 degree. You can see it repeats after 180 degree. And this one over here, amplitude is 5 and the period is 360 divided by 2/3. You can see it'll be 2/3 is less than 1, so it'll be more than 360. It's over here 540. Sine starts at 0 and the amplitude is at 5 and minus 5. And that is the end of all the multiple choice questions. If you have found these videos helpful, please share it with your friends. Let them know about this channel Best Math, where you can find all the end of term exam questions and exam lessons explanation for free. And I just want to thank all the students who like my videos, who share my videos, and all the gratitude comments. I really thank you so much. Your comments really make my day. A single thank you always puts a big smile on my face. Thank you very much. And I wish you all the best in your exams. I hope everyone does well. If you have any doubts, any clarifications, please do post them in the comments and I will get back to you.